Fuck is you talking about? I'm back. You heard? I'm back with a couple vids. I know when I come back, I gotta give you at least 3-4 vids or more. You heard? So I'm back. Hold on. Especially we got some good eats, steak quesadilla here. We got. For me, this right here is because times is hard right now, so you know. Bread running low, you gotta get something that you could savor. Noodles, you know, always come in handy. We got the red caprices, not purple. Yeah, 2 of those bad boys. And today we got, hold on. Hold on. How the fuck I get to the camera? How's cam? I'm like, what the fuck? Make this smaller, bro, because sometimes it be bad, like no freaky big. So respectfully, as y'all see, we got this rapping Hitman claimed 11 bodies. Bloodhound, Lil Jeff. It's funny because I was with my mans one day. We was listening to a song with Lil Schoon, YBC Do, and Bloodhound, Lil Jeff. And I ain't gonna lie, I thought Bloodhound Jeff was still alive. Comes to find out that nigga died too. All 3 of them niggas died, and they all was in the song together. I'm like, yo, what type of shit is this? So this shit says he had to go. 11 bodies clean? This nigga's a goblin, bro. This nigga's evil. He gotta go. Any nigga, I'm telling y'all, listen. Eventually, the niggas that are very evil and very like that gotta go. You get what I'm saying? They gotta get taken out because they're just gonna wipe everybody out, or unless they get clean by jail. So he had to get his life clean in the streets. Let's tap into this shit an hour long. Well, damn! I'm not getting 3 hours is crazy, but for me, I'm gonna eat chill.
Anybody following the Chicago drill scene knows that in the past few months, there's been a new star rising, whose appeal was based on the very same idea that made King Von so
Wait, he's from Chicago?
irresistible.
I didn't even know that. He's from Chicago? I didn't even know Lil Schoon. Lil Schoon from Chicago?
To many fans of the genre, a combination of personal charisma and a reputation that they really lived the life they rapped about. What they most often rapped about was some of the most violent stories coming out of the most dangerous city in America. In a 3.5-hour video about King Von, it dawned on me that having allegedly killed at least 7 people, beating the bodies, and then going on to brag about it to the whole world while actively planning more hits, he actually met the FBI's definition of a serial killer. And unfortunately, in recent months, another rapper has emerged who not only claimed to have killed more people than King Von, but also rapped about it and quite literally modeled.
King Von's a serial killer. What's this nigga? A serial menace?
His persona on other famous serial killers. I'm of course talking about Bloody Hound, or Bloodhound Lil Jeff, the self-styled Jeffrey Dahmer of Chicago drill. And to many, the next rapper who was on their way to becoming the next big thing in the drill.
Whoa! You compare that nigga to... Hey, yo, I'm you're lucky you're not alive. I don't... Me personally, I'm clapping you compare me to a nigga that like men. I don't give a fuck. If you say, oh, he killed... Nah.
Drill scene with his wild claims that he had 10 to 11 bodies under his belt, rapping jaw-dropping bars, comparing his life to video game Call of Duty, and saying that he's really up 10 kills, to comparing himself to basketball legend Bill Russell, and inferring that he committed as many murders as Russell has won championship rings.
Through the fire, through the fire. You can record studio-quality vocals in the comfort of your own home. If you're
Before I tell you any more about the Lil Jeff story, I need to give you a very important content warning. This video is going to contain themes of violence, death, explicit language, and gang activity, but every effort has been made to censor this video in accordance with YouTube's advertiser and community guidelines. And this video will feature absolutely no swearing, no violence, no drug use, and no firearms. So anyone from YouTube reviewing this video, please do not demonetize it. And it's really important for me to explain to you the purpose of this video is to provide an educational documentary providing an authoritative insight of these to convene, music, and Gatly care. But that said, all of the opinions that you'll hear in this video are just mine alone. Okay, everything in this video has been taken from publicly available sources, and I'm not saying that everything here definitely happened. But what I am saying is that things were said and theories exist, a lot of them being online. I might say that somebody said that somebody killed someone else on Reddit. I'm not saying they definitely did it, but I am saying that people said it. Now, I'm not responsible for things that other people say, but you can't deny that these things were said, and I will be providing receipts for every responsible doctrine that I'm going to put, and I'm irrelevant, and also a lot of random.
You can't put excessive talk in. This nigga's yapping, man.
But interestingly, unlike Von, who was seemingly in the streets since a child, Jeff would wildly claim that he had only gotten involved in the streets about 3 years ago when he turned 18 and graduated from high school, committing all of these alleged murders in a very short time span.
So around what age did you jump off the porch and start hanging out in the streets?
I'm gonna say when I came outside for real, I was like 18 type shit.
Okay.
I just turned like 18.
Jeff also became known for his equally wild antics that showed he was a complete loose cannon. For example, when he famously snorted crushed up pills during his DJU interview. Then there was the time he seemingly shot his gun towards someone during an Instagram live, as well as openly bragging about how he was robbing people for their designer watches.
Hey, Lil Jeff, you should take this picture. I was about to, oh, I got blood on them diamonds and I still wore it. This, like, it's brought out. That's a tattoo or real. Nah, hey, no.
To compare Lil Jeff to King Von is guaranteed to anger some people, and by no means was Jeff's star power or rapping abilities anywhere near that of Von's. But then again, Von also had support from the biggest artist to ever rise from the drill scene, Lil Durk, and he was several years older than Jeff when his rap career took off. Furthermore, Von had already been in the streets for close to a decade, forming the reputation.
I ain't gonna lie. That's a fair point. It's a fair point.
That would eventually help him to become the boogeyman of Chicago drill that he ended up being, as well as being an undeniable legend in the rap game following his untimely death in November 2020. Jeff, on the other hand, was still, by all accounts, very much still in the streets whilst he was trying to find his voice and talent on the mic. While Jeff's rapping style was controversial and divisive amongst fans of Chicago drill, there's no denying that Lil Jeff was evolving musically and becoming more and more comfortable in using his rather unique, high-pitched voice. Kind of made him sound like the real-life Joker of Chirac. Unfortunately, we'll never know what might have come from his music career because, as most drill fans know by now, on the 8th of June 2024, Lil Jeff was gunned down in the south side of Chicago, only about a half-a-mile walk from the notorious Parkway Gardens public housing complex, aka O-Block, that King Von was known to rep. And, as always seems to be guaranteed these days, Lil Jeff's demise and the shootout that led up to it was all captured on surveillance footage, even going viral within the drill community just after it happened. But it was not just the fact that Lil Jeff was killed that made his story blow up beyond the drill audience, but more so how he died. As when that surveillance video leaked soon after the news of his passing, the world saw a masked up Lil Jeff getting shot down as he was literally trying to chase another man into his house whilst wildly shooting in his direction, something that he'd even claimed to have done before in several songs. After Lil Jeff's death, the media attention around him would blow up with even more.
This nigga was running down on the op, and then another op clapped him. Nah, this nigga's, he had to go.
Mainstream rap media platforms like No Jumper, who had previously not reported on him, including him in their content several times. Meanwhile, the twisted online detectives of the Chiracology subreddit were going into overdrive, and in the days following Jeff's death, dozens and dozens of new threads and comments from his fans and haters would fill the platform, with the most devoted Lil Jeff-ologists eventually even starting their very own subreddit to exclusively discuss and declare their devotion to their new king of drill. There were almost comical posts where Lil Jeff-ologists shared their grief, explaining how they were having sleepless nights and depression in the 24 hours following Jeff's death. These twisted posts would explain how the loss of their new favorite demonic rapper had been a personal blow, and how despite the alleged 11 murders to his name, they felt a personal connection to this flawed individual, and how his killer aura had resonated with so many. Soon would come updates, as fans posted saying that it had been 1 week since Jeff's death, and the devastation hadn't gotten easier, with this user explaining that he wants to drill himself so he could be with Lord Jeff, and asking other...
Yo, Mobb, take this nigga beef out your mouth, whoever this is. Y'all niggas be losing me. You telling me a nigga is a psychopath, bugging out, you feel me, which I can't blame, because you feel me, the environment he probably grew up in, but you want to kill yourself to be with him? That nigga's probably not even the place you want to be. Nah, take this nigga dick out your... Nah.
Users if they have tips on how to grieve. Another update landed on day 12 as the user explained that he'd been saying Jeff's name in the mirror to try and bring him back and explaining how
this nigga's... Oh my God. This nigga fucked Lil Jeff. Or Lil Jeff fucked him. Oh. Nah.
he can still feel Jeff's presence around him and that he's been seeing Jeff's reflection flashing wads of money at him in store windows. Now all of this goes to show you the bizarre and twisted level of fandom that Chicago drill has really reached, with this adoration of Jeff even topping some of the most extreme King Von glazing that's been observed online. Chicago drill is truly the juncture where internet fandom meets music meets real life true crime, where the very people actually involved in that life are getting killed by the hundreds every year. And when it comes to this combination of music and true crime, the story of Lil Jeff is surely up there with some of the wildest to come out of the drill scene in recent years. But Lil Jeff's story is still one shrouded in mystery, because while Jeff was certainly no stranger to letting the world know about his reckless escapades in the dangerous streets of Chicago, he was also a fairly new face in the scene who seemingly appeared out of nowhere just a few years ago, which makes his claims to have double-digit bodies under his belt sound particularly outrageous, making many fans of Chicago drill to quickly reject these claims as obviously false. Moreover, Lil Jeff hails from an area that's previously received only limited coverage.
Nah, 11 bodies though is like 11 bodies in 2024, bro. Like that's not like Chicago 2024 though. Like that is like I don't know.
In media focused on the drill culture. So in this video, we're trying to give the most in-depth look into the life and the music career of Bloodhound Lil Jeff so far, and try and determine, with all of the information available publicly today, was Bloodhound Lil Jeff really a street demon with 11 murders to his name, or just a wannabe serial killer on social media who effed around and found out?
Residents say they're fed up with violence, like the weekend's mass shooting, and they're taking back the street. On Saturday, it was a different scene on 75th Street in Chatham, where one person was shot and killed, 9 others wounded.
Outside your school, homemade signs demanding peace. They gather.
We gonna rock with it, roll with it.
We're only 17, 18 years old, and we losing our lives at a young age.
We do this shit, man, every day, man. Drill City, we out here, man.
On one of the most violent streets in the city, 79th Street, artist and activist Common lends his support and voice to lift up this Chatham neighborhood.
Yeah, you see the bandanas that man with Bloodhound.
So can you tell us like who introduced you to the street life?
My brother.
Your older brother, right?
Look at that, bro. Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are many families who are suffering.
So you would say you've experienced.
So these niggas the Jets. Yeah, that's in New York. Bloodhound is Jets. Like Blood is Hound. You feel me? Hound is Jets. So.
Trauma growing up in these streets of Chicago. Cause how old was you when Chief Keef came out? Like
I was in 3rd grade.
Cause they said Bloodhound Lil Jeff got 10 bodies.
I ain't gonna lie, my homie dad, that's on my face sheets right here.
See money?
Yeah.
And how did this death affect your mentality, bro?
These, all I see is red.
That's the type of lifestyle that Devon led. Everybody consider him the top savage of the rap. Was that something you looked up to?
Yeah, so that's him, I'm me.
Hey, y'all, listen to this real quick. Let me know what y'all got. This smoke with the whole rack. Whoever wanted, he giving it out. My dead drink. Summertime for the.
You know what I'm gonna say about that? No funny shit. I remember growing up, being young. I remember when Lil J came out from Chicago and all the drill shit was popping. I remember I tried listening to that shit. I was like, nah. My uncle, for me, the one that y'all know from the infamous or the famous video that was going viral, that with the bed sheet. He told me, he was like, yo, don't watch that. Like he basically like told me don't watch that shit. Even though being young, you're never gonna think, yo, why he telling you this? And I feel like this is possibly why. Cause imagine if I would have been able to watch all this drill shit at a young age. It probably would have provoked me to wanna, you get what I'm saying, at a young age, look into that lifestyle. and he kind of blocked me from that. You know what I mean? So I said I also to say like a lot of people don't have guidance. That's why they get into shit and why they go through shit. A lot of people don't have guidance. People to tell them, yo, don't do this. Yo, stop doing this. I feel like we be needing that, especially as a generation. The next, like the younger generations, be needing that. With whether it's with females, it's with streets, money. Like niggas be needing that guidance, and niggas don't be having that, bro. That's why you get serial menaces. It's not even a serial killer at this point. Niggas a menace.
So we live in a time right now where like a lot of rappers actually live the life they say, whether it's like trapping or anything. 16-year-old Robert Boston and 17-year-old Monterio Williams were gunned down.
Chicago police investigating a fatal shooting yesterday evening. 19-year-old Jaleel Gons was pronounced dead at Rush University Medical Center.
Don't ask my eyes, that might go break his ass and get out that car. You know that?
So when y'all like in the booth and all that, how do y'all stay away from like even incriminating lyrics?
I went black for like a week. Poof. So after that one, poof. I came back. Poof.
Bloodhound, 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 bloodhound.
Bloodhound, bloodhound. YB, bloodhound, bloodhound.
Lil Jeff, real name Jeffrey Lamar Harris, was born on the 14th of July 2000.
Family? Harris? Let me TP. Yo. And he kind of look like he could be one of the family. That's why I said, I remember I thought this little nigga handsome. Well, we basically the same age. He was born in 02. Let me find some family from Chicago.
2002, getting named after his father, who shares the exact same name. Jeff's family has seen...
Jeffrey Harris. Yo. Nah. Never mind. The nigga name is Jeffrey Harris. His name. Wait, what was his name?
Lil Jeff, real name Jeffrey Lamar Harris.
Oh nah, I can't. We can't condone any nigga named Jeffrey. Jeffrey's banned out of that shit should be banned out of the what's that called? Like you can't put that on the birth certificate. Menace name.
Same name. Jeff's family has seemingly mostly lived around the same area, the east side of Chicago.
Bloodhound, Lil Jeff story today. Can you start by telling us where you from?
Chicago, north, east side of Chicago. East side of Chicago.
East side.
Yeah.
However, this east side is not to be confused with the official east side, which is one of the 77 community areas of Chicago located in the far south side of the city. The unofficial east side, on the other hand, which is where Lil Jeff grew up, is mainly part of the Chicago folklore, and thus its exact borders are often heavily debated by locals, with many even arguing that everything in the south side, from State Street all the way to Lake Michigan, actually counts as the east side, which would even include hoods like the infamous O Block and their main rivals STL EBT and Jarrow City. And on the other side of the Washington Park, also hoods like Tay Savage's Welch World. Yet these hoods are typically not discussed as being part of the east side, but rather simply being part of the south side, as in the case of O Block, STL, and Jarrow, or more specifically in the case of Welch World, part of the so-called low end, another area that's a deep part of Chicago folklore, which roughly covers the area on the south side from the state to the lake north of Washington Park. In the drill culture specifically, the east side has become particularly known for hoods that exist roughly south of 67th Street, with this street and the two huge green spaces, the Jackson Park and Oakwood Cemetery, that border the street, creating a natural boundary in the north. However, there are also sets on the north side of the 67th Street that claim the east side, such as TYMB and Drew City, which both rep the 65th Street. While the line of where the east side ends when going westwards from Lake Michigan is much more ambiguous, with the State Street and the I-94 next to it, generally acting as a sort of last cutoff point, in the drill scene, this east side is known particularly for gangs like G Herbo and Lil Bibby's crew NLMB, which is made up of two clicked-up gang sets, No Limit and the Muskegon Boys, with these initials creating the NLMB moniker, which has also been used to stand for Never Leave My Brothers. However, NLMB's hood is located in the South Shore neighborhood, which is located very close to the shores of Lake Michigan, and is infamously known by the locals as Terror Town, a place with a long history for being particularly dangerous. Whereas when it came to Lil Jeff, his family seemed to mostly...
Geographic, man? This nigga giving me mad coordinates and shit, nigga. I feel like I'm about to go to get, what's that shit? Deployed, nigga, for war, nigga. Fucking, like, come on, bro. Fuck you yapping about?
stay in a much more central area, Grand Crossing and Chatham community areas, which generally have been much lesser discussed in the drill scene before Lil Jeff's recent blow-up, although the area has seen its fair share of rappers since the early 2010s repping these specific hoods. Now, Lil Jeff's family has long ties to the streets in the area. His father, Jeffrey Harris Sr., allegedly belonged to a street set called 068 C Block, C standing for Champlain Avenue, with their main spot seemingly being on 68th Street in Champlain. To put this location in context, this street corner is only about 0.3 miles from the location where Lil Jeff would eventually lose his life. And while there's not much available about this particular set online, Jeff's father was born in the early 80s, and thus he and his set were likely at their most active around the turn of the millennium and throughout the 2000s. What we do know with some certainty is that Jeff's family were closely connected with the very people that Jeff would later go to war with, including the person alleged by many to have been the one to gun him down, although there's no real evidence at the moment to prove who was the actual triggerman. But what can be said with more certainty is that close to the hood of Jeff's father, there would be another large hood that would end up playing a very large role in the street beefs that Jeff would get involved in. This hood was well known in Chicago, even back in the...
Not gonna lie, sometimes that's really how it be, bro. Like, some niggas be really loose screws, and it's like, you gotta be somebody in the camp to really take them down. Allegedly, like, you get what I'm saying? They said allegedly. Just cause, bro, like, you just wild, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really feel like when you kill somebody, your mind alters differently. Like, you're not even, like, you'll never be the same person, bro. A lot of shit that you go through, you're never gonna be the same. But this is one of them that really is like, you'll never be the same. Like, you did a permanent undoing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't like you cheating on a girl, losing her, and being like, all right, 5 years later, I could get her back. Nigga, you unalive somebody. Somebody is gone off this earth. You're not the same person, bro. You're not, like, that shit's gonna replay in your mind. That shit gonna fuck with you, bro. And you start losing it, and you know your ego gets big, but also your mind is altering in a bad way. So it's like, it's just, this is not gonna work. And then it had to be niggas around the camp to like, nah, he gotta go. He's a demon. He's a devil, bro. This nigga's it's evil.
The 90s and 2000s, when Jeff's dad was more active in the streets, and its history likely even goes much further back than that. Their hood was called the Lon City. For example, in the classic 1996 song by Chicago rapper D.A. Smart, titled Walk With Me, he lists several Chicago hoods all around the area, with one of the bars referencing Lakeside, Paxtown, and Lod City, as Smart mentions how both Black Disciples and Gangster Disciples run the two latter hoods. But while Lakeside and Paxtown have more or less stayed intact until this day, at least in name, Lod City would eventually break apart, therefore it's not included in the modern gang maps. However, during the late 90s, in the trial against Larry Hoover, the infamous founder and leader of the Gangster Disciples, or GDs, one of the former members of Hoover's GDs, who turned informant, would give a very detailed description about the Lon City's territory at the time. This
Larry Hoover was
territory allegedly covering everything from 78th Street to 83rd Street.
I have to finish writing this paper. I'm swamped.
Just get Grammarly. It's free.
Can it help with what I wrote last night?
Grammarly will catch all those spelling and grammar.
What's the point of them being in water though? Nah, see, this is where you gotta peep. They want me to say that so it could catch me. Why this nigga's in the water? I don't give a fuck if this nigga's why y'all like they get I see what they were trying to do.
And all the way from State Street to Stony Island Avenue. This territory being absolutely enormous by modern Chicago gang standards. However, their main spots were seemingly on the 79th Street, such as 79th and Evans.
They've got like 50 members in one block.
79th in Maryland that Jeff would later begin to claim. One of the highest ranking GDs of the 90s, called Shorty G, real name Gregory Shell, would even allegedly live in Lon City. Shorty G would also have a prodigy in Lon City called Lil Frank, real name Frank Smith, who would later rise to the top of the leadership of the original GDs before he was given a life sentence in 2023, allegedly organizing a killing of another high-ranking...
my fault, y'all, nigga. Frank Smith, yo. Nah, he lucky not my man, man. You don't want to clap me, man. You don't want to backdoor me. I'd have been violent. Frank. Yo, Frank.
GD member as part of the leadership dispute. Due to its large size, Lon City had likely always had smaller sets working within it, both GD and BD, although the area has seemingly been majority GD. However, coming into the 2010s, Lon City, like most Chicago hoods, had lost the majority of its original structure due to the collapse of the traditional gang hierarchies during the 2000s, which led to the large gangs like the BDs and GDs to break into small neighborhood sets without any central leadership between them. In Lon City, these separate sets were also becoming more independent, particularly 6 sets that were known as A-Tray Mobb, Evans Mobb, Hit Squad, Mix Mob, Wiz City, and Drill City, the latter of which would eventually become Lil Jeff's set. According to Chiracologists, these individual sets would eventually break Lon City apart completely due to some of the BD sets backdooring the original GD leaders of Lon City. In the aftermath of this breakup, what's now known as Mix Mob would seemingly keep repping Lon City even after the breakup. Meanwhile, Drill City would seemingly get its name around the same time as the Chicago.
And this is where, like, I even say with my hood is break up into 4 sections, right? And it's like, I be thinking like, yo, bro, imagine if this one section just all came together, bro. Like, just hypothetically speaking, like, imagine it just all came together. That long ass strip. That's just the size of my beef. Imagine if imagine they all just came together. So imagine they all just got me bricked to then just release. Like, you can say it'd have been heaven on earth. So it's like all on that side. But no, it's gotta always, for me, same thing with Cash Oil. You always gotta have problems internally. Like, it's just, for me.
Chicago drill movement was starting. Chicago drill music being the ultra-violent evolution of gangster rap, with beats inspired by Atlanta trap and gritty lyrics all about real crimes that were actually happening in Chicago. With this set having some of the first pioneering drill artists, such as the rapper known as Fat Smack, who is in fact the actual cousin of the rapper Pac-Man, who hails from the nearby Dro City hood and is generally considered to have been the original creator of the drill genre before Chief Keef made it famous.
The devil might be real or a magic mystery, but I'll make you disappear. Poof, history. I know you're sick of me, but Mack is the antidote. So if you act fruity, I have to split your cantaloupe. Hey man, you know this Pac-Man, Mr. Joe City. My hat, man. Hey, I tell him, the coupe looking like a Sunday, a chocolate Maserati, butter vanilla guts, ballet popping at the party. Yo, on my heels, she was jocking me in the lobby. See the more crocodile's pocket watching like she gon' rob me. I swipe for a room, penthouse, we at the W. The had your name on the neck and on my stomach too.
Already in late 2010, Fat Smack would put out a mixtape titled A Day in Drill City, this being among the first drill projects ever to come out. Drill City is also known as BNC, or Bar None Crazy, which generally refers to them being an insane or renegade gang set. This means that they generally don't adhere to any central structure of a historical gang, like the BDs or GDs, and essentially are willing to go to war with or kill people that descended from the same original gang as them. It seems that Drill City will first call with another set.
And what I said, this is exactly why they had to go. And specifically, one of the members had to go Bloodhound. Niggas is rogue. You bugging out. You just renegade. You're just bugging. Like,
In the former Lon City called Wiz City or Whisper City, named after a boy called Whisper, aka Wiz, who seemingly died in 2008 from medical complications. Similarly, as Drill City being bar none, Wiz City would be known as Brain Dead. This generally also meaning that they are insane or renegade BDs who again don't abide by any centralized BD leadership.
My son Speed was outside? Oh no, that's Wiz. RP to bro. That dead like Speed though. No disrespect, Mo. To Speed or bro, but nigga, that like Speed.
And are willing to go to war with other BDs. In the very early 2010s, Wiz City was seemingly already beefing hard with several of the former Lon City sets, including Evans Mob, Mix Mob, and 8 Trey Mob.
Hey man, so I just want to talk about that Mix Mob thing, man. It's getting ridiculous, man. For real. That's some real shit, man. That's getting ridiculous. First of all, let me say that right there. From there, y'all is here, man. You feel me? Y'all lucky I'm on this house arrest because if I wasn't, what's going down, man? There's a big drill on y'all.
What's the Westbrook?
Second movement, man. We ain't playing no games.
Boy, drink with it, crazy. Drink, you already know he's second crazy. Boy, another side. They drink Mobb.
I mix Mobb.
I mix Mobb. Boy, we out here brain dead, crazy. Boy, GDK that fast. Boy, let's get it. Let's get it.
Meanwhile, it appears that
niggas said we out here brain dead. I hate life, bro. The niggas said we're brain dead, and niggas is jacking that. Like, niggas is really, yeah, we behind this saying, that shit cooked. Y'all brain dead? Y'all niggas is cooked, man.
Drill City members were originally much more open to linking up with different sets, even ones that were already at war with Wiz City, such as Evans Mobb and possibly even Mix Mobb, which might be why someone on Reddit presenting them as having lived in the area during the late 2000s and early 2010s describes Drill City as playing sides.
Knock, knock.
Yo, this nigga got 100 ads on the vids, bro.
Go to your happy price line.
Admin, this nigga got million. Like, come on, bro.
Meanwhile, another Redditor claims that Wiz City was getting close with the TYMB set, which is known from the early drill culture for getting shoutouts from the likes of Chief Keef. However, Drill City was beefing with TYMB, and there are even rumors that they killed one of their most loved members in 2012, a young man known in the streets as Obama. Real name Reginald Smith, the 24-year-old was shot and killed in a walk-up-style attack on the 6500 block of South Drexel Avenue. The wildest rumors even claim that this killing led to one of the Drill City members getting kidnapped by TYMB before getting released for a 10k ransom. However, the consensus among Chiracologists seems to be that Obama was more likely killed by a member from another set that would become very close with Drill City. But more about that later. In any case, TYMB continues to be one of Drill City's longest ops, which is at least partly why even Lil Jeff would drop a Y sometimes in his music videos and on social media. At the time though, Wiz City's alliance with TYMB would allegedly cause Drill City to separate themselves from them and ally fully with their biggest ops, the Mix Mobb instead. This alliance eventually going under the moniker DCMM, or Drill City Mix Mobb, as represented by Fat Mack and another Drill City member called Leaky in their 2013 song by the same name. And they would also openly claim to be Wiz City K and vice versa, with Wiz City members vowing to K or kill anyone from Mix Mobb or Drill City. The war between all these former Long City sets would only keep escalating in the years to come, and alliances would keep changing over time. But moving forward, Drill City would seemingly also keep certain enemies that stayed the same, such as the majority GD sets, A-Tray Mobb, Evans Mobb, and Hit Squad, who have seemingly always stayed relatively united with each other.
I ain't gonna lie, one thing I'm gonna say, I don't know if it's probably good. Hold up.
Evans Mobb and Hit Squad, who have...
Like, I don't know, like, if niggas is speaking in code, like, I don't know, like, I'm probably not from here. This shit look like gibberish. Ease up for Evans Mobb and A-Tray. H is up for Hit Squad. Like, I mean, it's selfish, but it's like, I don't know, I just feel like y'all niggas, the way y'all niggas is talking, like, I don't know, this is back then though, so like, this is not English though, like, this is gibberish, bro, like.
Seemingly always stayed relatively united with each other and against Drill City or BNC, as well as the brain dead BD set Wiz City and another nearby brain dead
BD. The nigga said just got out of school. OGD. Like, I guess saying on GD, like, it's hot as fuck. Who trying to pop? I guess, I don't know.
BD set called MTV 079 or Money Through Vernon.
I heard before, like, you know, all this, like, all the violence started. I heard, like, y'all was everybody, every hood was all in one. Like, y'all used to go by Lawn City or the Line. Is that true or not?
Yeah, Lawn City is like the whole area.
Like from Chatham to Alabama.
We is Chatham. We is Chatham.
I know he's burnt out.
But y'all was a part of y'all hood was a part of Lawn City, right?
Yeah.
Lawn City movement.
Drill City and all that shit.
You know, it's them the other side though now.
I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't saying how it, like, you know, how it happened, but I'll say what year would y'all say all this broke apart?
I ain't gonna lie, folks. 2009,
2009 to 2010.
Nah, hold up. This nigga's off. P. A million pills. That look, the P stands for pills. He's off a lot of them. That nigga's off mad shit. That nigga eyes is like this. I don't even think that nigga can really see human society, bro. That nigga's looking at darkness or imaginary humans or people, like life. I don't know. That nigga's living in his own world.
2010, bro. That's when really everybody, like all the on the other side, they started turning video.
Why that nigga can't keep his eyes open, bro? Look. That nigga got a permanent squint. Nah.
You talking about like for A-Tray and Evans Mobb? They be saying the shorties BDs too.
Yeah, we got some BDs. For the fuck, like. Yeah, like we ain't just no jail.
Everybody ain't
We family. We ain't straight mob. We a
I'm
family.
gonna say,
Out of these three majority GD sets, Evans Mobb is perhaps best known through their early 2010s connection with the infamous Washington Park-based set 600, due to two of their members, 600 Breezy and S. having a childhood and family connection to this set. Evans Mobb is
Let's go to the S.Go.
also known for a now classic moment in drill history when two of their members would catch infamous drill rapper Lil Reese from Lamron, aka the Grim Reaper, with this video causing the so-called Lil Reese poop gate, as people would claim that the video showed visible skid marks on Lil Reese's underwear. A stinky conspiracy in Chicago drill that's been debated for years, and one which fans would eventually go all in on, analysing the patterns of the specific boxers that the Grim Reaper had been wearing that day to eventually debunk the theory and prove that it was all a big poopception all along, as the alleged brown stain actually turned out to just be part of the design of that particular set.
Hey, yo, now this thing got on exotic rainbow army fatigue camouflage boxes? And the rainbows at the... Nah, what? This nigga bottom area is excited? Hey, yo! I wouldn't... Nah. Pause.
Boxers. But anyway, H-Ray Mobb are a lesser known set to the average drill listener, although they too would have some rappers...
Nah, hold up. It feel fruity even looking at these, like, what the fuck? Oh.
The alleged Mobb are a lesser known set to the average drill listener, although they too would have some rappers attempting to come up in the original drill wave, with artists like Don Darius and Murder Mal dropping some early songs that would gather some decent views, such as their 2013 music video for a remix of Lil Durk's song Competition, where one H-Ray member can be seen proudly presenting his shirt which says MTVK, BNCK, and Wiz City K. Hit Squad, on the other hand, is perhaps the smallest set out of these three, getting its name after a man called Hits, real name Marlon Dubose, who was killed in 2010, being shot in the head and neck. These are already many sets to keep track of, but ultimately, these were just the sets from the original Lon City hood, whilst the story of Lil Jeff also includes numerous sets from nearby.
Believe it or not, I'm gonna say this though. But a lot of people wouldn't understand. You would think, like, I don't know if this is like basically showing like who is they own, like, I don't know, right? But like, say if Hit Squad beats with Evans Mobb, right? You see Evans Mobb would be this, say if this is the whole gang, right? It's actually easier for Hit Squad to be up on the score because there's so many of Evans Mobb, which means everybody can't move tack, bro. This is not the military. You get what I'm saying? So niggas will probably think, yo, Mo, why didn't you just eliminate the competition? It's hard, niggas, because look how y'all got a lot of targets. Y'all gonna lose, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just have to say that, like, you feel me? Because I don't know, I just have to say that, bro, because I even be thinking like that, like, yo, like, these niggas should have been wiped them out, made them join alliances through violating, but it's like, it's not that easy.
By the original Lon City, because during the early drill era, while Lil Jeff was still a young boy with dreams of pro basketball, his big brother Jay Boogie would jump headfirst into the streets, becoming friends with the very people.
P. Diddy? Nah, this thing look like Diddy, Mo. Nah. There's some oil, gang. Nah, you take my oil, gang. I don't want it. For me, you got it. I'm going on.
That Jeff would later want to kill so bad that it ended up costing him his own life.
Wait, hold on. Wait, run it back.
Big brother Jay Boogie would jump headfirst into the streets, becoming friends with the very people that Jeff would later want to kill so bad that it ended up costing him his own life.
Oh.
What are you doing? You spend all this time working out, eating.
For many fans of Lil Jeff, his big brother Jay Boogie is perhaps best known for being the profile picture on Lil Jeff's Instagram account. However, Jay Boogie is almost 5 years older than Jeff and has had a long history by himself in the streets of Chicago, his name being familiar to many of those drill fans who have followed the scene since its inception. Both Boogie and Jeff seemingly spent their early years in the far south side of Chicago in the Burnside neighborhood, more specifically in a hood called Flipside, which reps the 93rd Street, with Jeff attending the CICS elementary school close by on the 95th Street. Boogie, who was at the time also going by the name Young Khalifa, would be close with one of the most loved members of Flipside called Tay, who would unfortunately be killed in August 2014, with Flipside starting to call their hood Tay Block in his honor. However, it seems that before Tay's death, Boogie would seemingly either move more up north, or at least begin to spend more time around the Woodlawn neighborhood, not far from Drill City's hood, with guys from a set called Chrisworld. Chrisworld is named after a 14-year-old boy called Christopher Travis, also known as Lil Chris, who was killed all the way back in 2010 by a man named Cordell Glover, known as Wheezy or Wee Wee, allegedly from the EBT set. Lil Chris was seemingly part of TYMB and can be seen in old pictures with them, and Chrisworld would then begin as a faction within TYMB, or YMB, meaning Young Money Boys, as the set was known before they would eventually change their name in honor of a dead member called Ty, real name Edric Walker, who was killed a year earlier in 2009 during a particularly violent night where 4 people died in 3 shootings. But while TYMB was primarily repping the 65th Street, Chrisworld would begin to rep the 66th Street, which Chris had seemingly frequented, even though he would in fact live near the 64th Street. Around this time, TYMB, the newly founded Chrisworld, and Wick City, that would later become known as O Block, were all seemingly pretty close with each other, with their main ops being sets like SDL EBT. However, this would allegedly change when Obama from TYMB was killed in March 2012, with many now seemingly thinking that his killer was a man called Kenny Mack, not to be confused with the Kenny Mack from the FBG Duck murder case, or several other Kenny Macks from different sets all over Chicago. This Kenny Mack was part of Chrisworld, and by all accounts, one of the central members in that faction. According to some Chiracologists, Obama's death was the result of a dice game gone bad, which would make sense, given that even though witnesses would seemingly describe the killer simply walking up to Obama, he was in fact found dead in a hallway. Others have claimed that the beef between TYMB and Chrisworld actually goes back way before Obama's murder.
Ain't gonna lie, bro, that's why them days games get tricky, bro.
Some drill
days games really get tricky, bro. It just cause a lot of drama, bro. Just cause a lot of drama in life, bro. Ain't gonna lie. I see why, like, I kind of see why, like, cops crack down on dacing, bro. Cause like, shit cause a lot of drama, bro. I don't know if that's why, or they just care that it's not tax fund money. It's not taxable money, or taxing. Like, I don't know, but I know that shit cause a lot of drama.
Fans claiming that one of TYMB's top rappers, Money Man, was in fact already dissing Chrisworld in a song together with Obama back in May 2011, with it being suggested that this dissing then led to Obama's death. However, in fact, Money Man appears to be shouting out Chrisworld just like he shouts out several other people before them, including E-Day from 600 and Boss Sean from Wick City, that would later become known as O Block, meaning that around this time, the two sets were seemingly still on good terms. But what does seem clear is that the beef between TYMB and Chrisworld would indeed begin even before Obama's murder. And while there's even a photo of J Boogie himself seemingly throwing up the Y in January 2012, a few months before Obama's death, while hanging with a rapper Bad Habit affiliated with Chrisworld. Already later that same month, a girl affiliated with Chrisworld would make the post on Facebook saying F the other side, while dissing YMB, aka TYMB, and also shouting out 3 sets: Chrisworld, Trap City, and Drill City. It appears that even before Obama's murder, TYMB had been beefing particularly hard with another Woodlawn-based set, this set being called Trap City, also known as Zone 7, with the 7 representing the 67th Street that they would claim, more specifically, the intersection of 67 and Rhodes. This location is only 0.2 miles from the intersection of 67th and Langley that J Boogie would post to his Facebook in September 2012, with this being the first photo that he still has up on his page. Trap City and TYMB's beef was at this point well established, with beloved members like a 17-year-old named Rio, real name Ryan Gibson, having allegedly also been killed by TYMB in October 2011. Trap City and TYMB had also been beefing through music, such as the TYMB member B Gutter releasing a diss song towards Trap City called Gangbang 067K Diss in January 2012, a song where he dissed numerous members and ended the song with an outro, sending a clear message to both Trap City and Drill City, as well as shouting out TYMB's allies at the time, Wick City, aka O Block, Lamron, 600, and Mack Creek, which at the time was a faction that was part of Dro City. It seems that as early as late 2011, Chrisworld had been getting increasingly close with Trap City, in the process cementing their beef with TYMB. Therefore, when Obama was eventually killed in March 2012, Trap City and Chrisworld would immediately become one of their targets for revenge. Regardless of who may have been behind the murder, J Boogie and other Chrisworld members were now in an active war with TYMB, together with Trap City and also Drill City, or 06679 as they would call themselves collectively, based on their respective streets on the 66th, 67th, and 79th streets. TYMB's revenge for the murder of Obama would allegedly come in August 2012 when Trap City member Scooter, real name Johnny Howell, was gunned down in Trap City's hood. Needless to say that going into 2013, the war between TYMB TYMB and the 06679 was getting increasingly heated, with TYMB members even making custom shirts where they would exclusively diss these three sets. TYMB would also diss them heavily on the music side, with Money Man releasing a music video in April 2013 with none other than Prince Dre from O Block, where Prince Dre would shout out Lil Chris while paying tribute to what he called Chris Way, before Money Man would go in dropping a very disrespectful verse, dissing Drill City, including their rapper Fat Smack, as well as rapper Tank Montana, who had been part of the Mix Mob, Drill City, and the Bloodhounds, and would later change his name to Bloodhound Hothead. Money Man would also essentially admit to TYMB killing Scooter from Trap City before also dissing Chris World. A few months later in June, B Gutter would also re-release the song 067K Diss, but this time with a music video where he can be seen driving around Trap City's hood. But unfortunately, things weren't about to just stay online, and only a few months later, in August 2013, 06679 would lose another important member, none other than Kenny Mack from Chris World, real name Kenneth Barber, the very person rumoured to have been behind the murder of Obama. A few days later, a photojournalist would capture the scene where Kenny had been killed and where his friends had left him a memorial, with one of the images capturing the tribute messages left for him by his friends, one of these messages saying simply, "R.I.P. Kenny, CWBAS, YMCPDK, F Obama." However, unlike so many murders in Chicago, this one would ultimately be solved, as the law enforcement would eventually charge a man named Anthony Bradley, also known in the streets as Capone from Grove City, more specifically a faction called Snow.
That nigga is though. I see why niggas be ready to crash out. Niggas came out looking like this. This nigga, nah, his mom had sex with a fucking real exotic animal. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's no way she fucked it. Why this nigga is so animal-like? Like, as if this nigga was raised by fucking sophisticated monkeys. Like,
Anthony Bradley, also known in the streets as Capone from Grove City, more specifically a faction called Snowblock, which were affiliated with TYMB. Capone would end up receiving a massive 55-year sentence, but would eventually be granted a retrial where he would seemingly end up receiving a much shorter 20-year sentence.
oh, I was about to say, Edith, 20 years, niggas. It depends how you can get out like 30 if you caught the crime at like 18, 38. I mean, that's not bad. You feel me? That's not bad. 20 years. You get out though, niggas. 20 custody date. Okay, let me see. If you say 2014, I'm gonna assume he should be out in 2030. Something. 2030 something. Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Sentence for which he would end up serving about half, and he's seemingly been released on parole. The killing of Kenny would hit Chris World.
He got released?
For which he would end up serving about.
Oh! Niggas ain't packed him up already? Nah, somebody must have packed him up. No, them niggas out there is grimy.
Half, and he's seemingly been released on parole. The killing of Kenny would hit Chris World hard, and the members such as J Boogie have continued keeping his memory alive throughout the years. But the death of Kenny wouldn't only affect the older guys already heavily in the streets, as Lil Jeff himself, who was only 11 years old at the time, would later tell during an Instagram Live how he would witness Kenny's murder firsthand, even admitting that this had likely messed his head up.
Long live my nigga Mack. I was there. Hey, Jug on my dead grandma phone. You I damn that shit in the telephone, dude. That shit hurt me a little bit. I was like, dang, it's real. Long live Kenny Mack. I was there. I witnessed that. We was about to lake. I think ever since then I've been thought that's probably what it was. I feel like they caught my homies.
Perhaps this was truly the first of many life-altering experiences that would affect a young Lil Jeff, that would ultimately eventually push him towards the life of violence that would end up costing him his.
And you see exactly what I'm saying. This is why I said how you grow up is what you see. If my uncle allowed me to watch that drill shit, I probably would have been a driller right now. Nigga, I probably wouldn't even get this video. Nigga, I'd have probably been in jail. Or I probably have been dead. You never know. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? So it's like, I'd probably have been a rapper, like, even though I could still rap now, but I'd have been more of a rapper. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
his life. But 2013 would also mark a moment where the Chris World members, including J Boogie, would end up getting heavily involved in the drill music scene, likely influencing Jeff to do the very same thing, as well as seemingly starting a new clique, a clique that Jeff would also eventually end up joining years later. That clique would of course be the Bloodhounds.
Whoa, how do you get studio quality vocals?
I think like this sound.
going into 2013, the Chicago drill music scene was reaching its peak, propelled by the immense popularity of Chief Keef. But while other up-and-coming drill artists were largely keeping the similar dark and violent themes that had made the genre popular, both lyrically and sonically, Chief Keef himself, who was now living the good life in the rich suburbs just outside of Chicago, and surrounded by all the lean and loud he could possibly consume, would quickly begin to experiment with his sound, cranking his auto-tune settings to the max, while beginning to add much more melodic elements to his rapping, combined with an often heavy slurring, likely at least partially caused by his increasing consumption of that prescription.
That's why I feel like Chief Keef music never been the same, bro. Because realistically, bro, it's even like with Uzi, bro. The niggas was all lean and shit, bro. I don't know. Like, I guess the way they, like, I don't know, it just made them think different, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I feel like you could tell you could tell a lot of niggas stop the drugs, bro. Like, like, based off how they music. I could be bugging, but that's how I feel. Like, that's why Chief, he never is, like, his old music is generational, bro. Like, and like, old music is really good music, though, bro. Like, it's good, whatever you want to put it as, drill, from a drill, like, it's good generational music, bro. Like, that shit is good music, bro. That's the type of music niggas should be trying to make, bro. That is generational music, bro. Like, no funny shit. Some songs for Fetty Wap. Uzi got some generational songs. I'm not gonna be no me rider. I'm gonna be like very in between with it. I don't know if young boy would have to stop making music for me to really feel like when I mean stop making like go a while or like completely like stop from a longevity of time, like, you know what I'm saying, like, or just stop at all, and for me to really be like, yo, he got generational music. I honestly don't know, you feel me? But Uzi, yeah, he got good. He got good. I feel like, yeah.
Cough suppressant. Keef would also largely ditch his day one producers during this period, instead accepting beat submissions from random YouTube and SoundCloud producers, many of whom had taken the more upbeat elements from Keef's earlier projects.
And not to hold up, and not to say the reason why I know a lot, like, I didn't put Dirk in it because I feel like Dirk is just very good at what he do, but Dirk don't have no generational songs. Like Dirk, like, you can get another nigga to rap about trench shit, how Dirk do it. But them songs where Uzi dropped, like, what was it? Was it Love It? No. Love Is Raised, where it was like, no, that wasn't Love. Whatever it's like Team Rocket, Sky, Ramona, like, you're not gonna get, like, it's hard to replicate those type of songs without sounding like the originator. And that's why I say Chief Keef got a lot of generate, because you can't replicate that sound, bro. You can't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Famous Dex at the time, like, he got his own wave. He created his own lane too, but it's not like, I don't want to call it, it's not generational, but you know, yeah, I just put him in it because he got his own way. You know what I'm saying?
Projects, particularly his debut album Finally Rich, but turning those elements up tenfold. These beats were much more influenced by the late 2000s and early 2010s Atlanta rap and trap music, with artists and groups such as Roscoe Dash, Travis Porter, Young LA, and J Money, as well as, of course, Future, with inspiration also being taken from prolific producers from the area like DJ Spins, London on the Track, and KE on the Track. But with a new twist, these beats eventually got the label of futuristic beats amongst fans. While at the time, this era of Chief Keef was extremely criticized by mainstream rap fans, it's now largely considered perhaps his most influential era, playing a large role in making him one of the contenders for the most influential rapper of the 2010s, with this era that his fans tend to call the lean era, together with what would eventually evolve around 2014 into an equally fantastically named era, the Zan era, arguably largely birthing what would become known as mumble rap, as well as playing an enormous role in influencing the flows, rapping styles, and beat choices of later popular artists like Lil Uzi Vert, Playboi Carti, Kodak Black, and countless others.
Nigga said the Zan era. I never, if it is, I never bumped that era. His lean era, the lean era would be Finally Rich and all that. If that's the lean era, I like that era. If that's the Zan era, I like that era. Whatever era that is, I like that era. But yeah, Zan era is crazy.
Others. But the reason why Chief Keef's 2013 era is so important to mention here is because by late 2013 and going into 2014 and 2015, the members of Chris World would also end up getting heavily involved in the buzzing Chicago music scene. But unlike the majority of rappers coming out of Chicago at this time, they would attempt to build heavily on this new sound that Chief Keef was creating, even using the same YouTube and SoundCloud producers such as Intel on the beat, who was one of the producers behind Chief Keef's classic that perhaps best describes the lean era, the song Love No
Oh
Bodies.
yeah, that era's my shit. That's that, yeah. He said these bitches act local, but they ain't global. Never seen 100,000. Well, let me show you.
Producer who was getting commissioned a lot during this period was the French beat Fandom Cash Money AP, who produced numerous songs for Keef and other GBE members during this time. Chris World would do this under the name Finesse Crew, which the Chris World rapper Saw J would present in his solo song titled after the group in September 2013. In the music video, we see many key members of Chris World, including the main people of the Finesse.
This nigga like Tyler. That's bad cuts. I ain't gonna lie, man. The fuck? This nigga got a snow cone on his dome.
Finesse Crew, including of course Saw J himself,
and it's funny because back then that shit probably was wild swaggy.
Of Chris World, including the main people of the Finesse Crew, including of course Saw J himself, as well as Chief 2 Times, Smooth, Bad Habit, now going by BH, and J Boogie, who incredibly at this point was still only 15 years old. J Boogie would eventually not only appear in these videos, but also participate in the rapping, such as the song BAS, released with a music video in May 2014, and a music video for Finesse Party, which was released in November 2014. J Boogie would release early solo songs, such as his 2014 remix of Bobby Shmurda's Hot N-Word, but for whatever reason, these songs have been now wiped off the internet. Despite most of Finesse Crew's songs being pretty upbeat party anthems, they would also keep wrecking their gang sets in their music videos, including in the banger titled Forever Mack and Chris, which was released in June 2015, as well as being seen dropping Wise for TYMB. However, TYMB was taking the dissing once again to another level, as Money Man would release his remix of Lil Durk's Competition, titled No Competition, in July 2014. Once again, he would get straight to the point, beginning the song by dissing Scooter and Rio, as well as Kenny Mack and Chris World. He would then begin his verse by saying how he blew someone's brain back on the 67th before aiming his diss directly at J Boogie, saying that he better cool and asking how is he even Chris World when he didn't even know Chris personally, as he had seemingly stayed flipside in 2010 when Chris was killed. Whether or not J Boogie actually knew Chris personally is unclear though, as Boogie himself has seemingly indicated that he did in fact know him, and that he has stayed on 67 since he was a young boy. Money Man would also diss Drill City in fact know him, and that he has stayed.
I heard you kiss ass and suck good. Hey, yo.
On 67 since he was a young boy. Money Man would also diss Drill City and several other members from 06679 and their affiliated sets, such as Lil Ricky from Chris World and Lil Ant from Mobb, who was killed in 2013. Perhaps as a response to this song, Finesse Crew would eventually end up making their own dedicated diss track, released with a music video in May 2015. This song was called simply War, and the beat was a much more standard dark drill anthem. In the song, the Finesse Crew rappers go back and forth, spitting bars whilst dissing their ops, particularly TYMB, with Boogie also taking part in the rapping, saying that he's the youngest running things, being now 17 years old, before telling how he's driving through the Ops hood with big clips while dropping Wise with both hands. This music video would also have a major cameo from a rapper who was making a lot of noise around this time, having become known a few years earlier for being one of the best friends of a true Chicago drill legend, LA Capone. This rapper was JB Bin Laden, who is the first person to appear in the video, he too dropping Wise with both hands. But this was not in fact the first time that JB had made an appearance on a Finesse Crew video, as already in December 2014, he can be seen in their music video for the song Kickstand Lean Boys, together with none other than Boss Top from O Block, with this possibly reflecting how O Block had now fallen out with TYMB too. JB is from a BD set called 400 East or 400E, which is directly on the other side of the Interstate 90 from Trap City, and Chris World, with their main block being on the 71st and King Drive. Due to JB's close relationship with LA Capone, and LA even allegedly living in 400 East hood with JB for a period of time, the set would even take on the name LA Gang in his honor following his death. But it seems that JB had a particularly strong bond with J Boogie, as he would often post and shout him out on social media.
Pow! Smoke yo, it's like a blue cigarette, a blue one. Pow!
However, not everyone was happy about people outside of 600 paying tribute to LA Capone, and 600 member Blast His Ass, aka Blastum, would in fact call out J Boogie.
Hey, oh, what type of name niggas had back then? What?
Capone, and 600 member Blast His Ass.
Yo, what? Yo, what? Niggas ain't surviving out here with these names in 2024, Mo. Mo, what's this nigga name now? Unless, God, like, no disrespect, Mo, unless he died, Mo. But, like, come on, bro. Like, you gotta, yeah, blast him now. Like, you gotta, Paul, like, oh.
Aka Blastum, would in fact call out J Boogie and Chief 2 Times, aka Vontae, for throwing the LA hand sign on social media. Anyway, Chris World and all.
Oh, let me see something real quick. Everything's still good. Alright, make sure everything's still steady.
So members like JB from 400 East were still also close with 0679, aka Trap City, and the Drill City Alliance. And particularly they were hanging out with members like CJ from Drill City.
$5 drinks, $5 bites, 5 free games. How was that, Chief? Chief Keef, man?
Meanwhile, it appears that in Drill City's hood, a new clique was forming, where guys like CJ were heavily involved in, with the earliest mention about the name seemingly going all the way back to the early 2010s. This clique, of course, being the Bloodhounds. It appears that they were particularly influenced by the early Glory Boys rappers, like pretty much all of Chicago at that point, and would often quote on social media lyrics from rappers like Lil Reese and Gino Marley mentioning how they were like Bloodhounds. Towards the end of 2015, CJ would even begin to tease what appeared to be a music project titled Bloodhound Savages. Going into 2016, CJ, J-Boogie, and JB were seemingly still spending a lot of time together. Also, members from other sets were beginning to claim the Bloodhound clique, such as the members from the MTV 079 set.
Yeah, you see the vendettas, that mean we Bloodhound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Bloodhound clique.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Niggas try to say your enemies from DMV. Word of my moms? Nah, it might not be, bro. Nah, niggas said, you hear me? Nah, hold on. Nah, niggas lucky. I'm not even gonna do it. I was gonna back up the phone. Nah, hold on. I gotta do it, man. Fuck it. Y'all might see this TikTok tomorrow. Yo, Mo, why niggas told me that your enemy is DMV? Nah, hold on. Nah, I fucked up. Why niggas told me that your enemy is DMV lingo? Nah, hold up. Nah, y'all niggas from the DMV jacking your enemy. Whole time, hold up. Why I'm watching this video about Chicago and why
Clique, such as the members from the MTV 079 set.
Yeah, you see the vendettas.
What's that about? That's Chicago niggas. The Bloodhound, the Bloodhounds. Freaks to y'all for trying to copyright something y'all like. Fuck are you talking about? No. Nah. Y'all see that tomorrow.
I mean we Bloodhound.
Yeah.
Go ride through with your flag out.
Got the man running at your car left over.
Video, we just looking at it, bro. Yeah. Are we Bloodhound on Burn too?
As mentioned in an earlier chapter, MTV 079 is a brain-dead BD set that has had a long-running beef with the same sets as Drill City and Trap City, namely the historical majority GD sets from Lon City, Evans Mobb, A-Tray Mobb, and Hit Squad. However, MTV's relationship with Drill City and Trap City was a complicated one, as they had seemingly until recently been also cool with the other brain-dead BD set that these two were beefing with, called Wiz City. This being likely another example of just how quickly the alliances and beefs were evolving in the area. But in any case, soon the Bloodhound clique was beginning to drop music, just like CJ had teased in late 2015, as in May 2016, they would drop a new song called Vicious, featuring the rappers MTV Cash from MTV 079, Hothead from Drill City, formerly Tank Montana from Mix Mob, and Drizzy Bands from Drill City, and in the chorus labeling themselves as the Bloodhound villains. Some months later, in October 2016, Hothead would drop a song with a music video titled simply Bloodhound, but he warns his ops that if they're on any type of BS, they're going to die, and that he's a Bloodhound and he wants his money dirty, like blood money. Around this time, J-Boogie was now also repping the Bloodhound crew commonly on his social media. Going into 2017, the clique was beginning to gain increasing momentum, culminating in their biggest song at that point, the song Bloodhounds, released with a music video in April, which at the time was the song featuring the most Bloodhound-affiliated rappers, including CJ from Drill City, JB Bin Laden from 400 East, Hothead from Drill City, and MTV Chino and MTV Cash from MTV 079. The song is a pure Bloodhound anthem, mixed in with a very dark drill beat, with CJ beginning the song by rapping how the Bloodhounds are making noise in the streets, and that he's not talking about the music. JB comes in by also repping Bloodhound from the start, followed by Hothead, who raps how the ops know that the Bloodhounds are the ones sending shots, and the killing won't stop. MTV Chino then begins his verse with a much more pointed diss, aimed likely at either the A-Tray Mob or the Evans Mob, or both, as well as dissing Brick Squad 069, made famous by late rapper Lil Jojo, who was seemingly close with the A-Tray Mob at the time.
A-Tray Mob.
This shit was recorded off of a stove. No funny shit.
Say it, bro. On the motherfucking eye. On this side, man, we out here, man.
The song is ended by MTV Cash, who implies that others are trying to claim the name Bloodhound, but they are the real Bloodhounds. Also, J Boogie is in a visible role in the music video where he's often shown toting his gun with a laser beam, and at the very end of the song, someone who sounds a lot like Boogie even begins to rap a few bars before the song fades out. The Bloodhounds were at this point clearly an established group, seemingly made primarily out of members from Drill City, Chris World, 400 East, and MTV 079. But while they were for a time being putting out quality music, it was clear from their raps that they were also staying very busy in the streets. Meanwhile, Lil Jeff had gotten to about high school age, still holding on to his dream of becoming a professional basketball player, with his 2017 sophomore team even seemingly winning some tournaments. Unfortunately though, it would appear that the next year his dream would come crashing down, as Jeff would not make it to his high school's varsity team. He would later talk about this during his DJU interview, saying how not making the team made him realize just how real life is, and that he had no idea what he would do.
See, y'all niggas be fucked up, man. I be ruining a lot of niggas' lives. Cutting niggas off teams. All types of shit. Look, so real. Look at this man. This man's like, yeah, nigga. You right with me sniffing these pills. Like, look, his man's happy now. Like, this nigga's a demon. Fuck, nigga, my son could have been in the A right now hooping. You never know. I ain't give my son a chance, bro. Fuck you talking about. That's even me, nigga. I used to go to Gaucho tryouts, nigga. Used to go to Gaucho tryouts. What are my moms? Busting my eye. I know one time I went for a layup. Nigga clothesline me like he playing football. Duffed me out the air. So after that, I fell on the floor. We kept playing. I think I scored another layup or some shit, calm little shit. I think I hit a drop. I don't know, really remember. Played a little calm defense. Like, we get back to the sidelines. Niggas just picking players. Niggas picked the nigga that duffed me out and put him on the side. Mind you, it was a whole nother group of niggas that, bro, they only picked like two niggas that actually tried out. They already had their team. And one of the niggas that was on the sidelines, clothesline me, he got picked up. Frank's the Gauchos for organization. No funny shit. Eat my balls. Fuck, man.
After.
So all this is brand new. This is a brand new life you living, Lil Jeff, because you 21 now. So I wonder what you were doing at 16.
I was 16. Around that time,
you were doing the Soldier Boy.
I was trying to play basketball, but that's around the time I ain't make the varsity team. So at 16 was when I was realizing this shit for real. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Cause you know, after that point, like once you don't make that team, it's over.
It seems that this was likely the moment when Jeff's life would truly begin to take a new direction, and with his previously desired career path now falling off track, he was looking for a new future. Jeff would still graduate from high school in 2020, with his mum throwing him a fancy graduation party, but Jeff wasn't about to head to university to chase an ordinary career. Instead, it seems that he would end up following in the footsteps of his big brother. Soon, he would begin showing up in the streets, raising hell with the rest of the Bloodhounds.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me about $2,700 in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own it, and I don't pay any rent. Now, here's the thing.
Coming into the 2020s, J Boogie and the rest of the Bloodhounds would keep repping their new clique in their music, such as the May 2020 music video for the song Go by Boogie, JB, and another Drill City rapper called Lil Vic, where Boogie first raps that he's only been out for 60 days but has already ran his paper back up, with this likely referring to his 2017 arrest on numerous charges, the most serious one being UUW, or unlawful use of a weapon, for which he would end up receiving a 4-year sentence. He would then mention the Bloodhounds, saying that they will come and get anyone for the right bag, all while the members would be flexing big bags of vacuum-sealed dope in the music video. JB then steps in and calls the Bloodhounds his family, while flexing a new Bloodhound chain, which is the very same design that Jeff would later rock in his own music videos. Boogie also comes back towards the end, as he compares the Bloodhounds to an army due to the wide selection of guns that they have. The Bloodhounds would also have a new rapper that would begin to drop a bunch of songs around this time too. His name was Bloodhound Z Money, real name Zaire Nelson. In fact, he's actually Lil Jeff's cousin, with some of Jeff's family members from his mother's side commonly liking and commenting on Z Money's family's social media posts. There are also old photos of Z Money commenting on Lil Jeff.
Damn, her shit look a little wagon right here in the middle. I'm piping on 18 plus. She's 18 plus. I'm putting it in her. She looked like based off
cousin, with some of Jeff's family members from his mother's side commonly liking and commenting on Z Money's family's social media posts. There are also old photos of Z Money from the early 2010s together with J Boogie and the mother of Jeff and Boogie. In a music video by Z Money dropped in December 2020, Z Money can be seen hanging out with J Boogie, flexing big guns and stacks of cash. Unfortunately, not long before this video dropped, Boogie would get in trouble with the law once again in August 2020, when he was seemingly arrested twice on numerous charges, including possession of a stolen vehicle hospital, and once again UUW. This would once again see J Boogie doing another long bid in prison, with his projected parole date now being in 2027. Meanwhile, the new generation of Drill City, Trap City, and Chris World members were also reaching adulthood. One of these kids being the Bloodhound rapper Vert, or Rel Vert, who seemingly spent much of his childhood in these neighborhoods. In fact, his and his old friend's social media accounts still have plenty of pictures left from around that time period, and in these pictures, a young Vert can be seen dropping the Ys, likely once again for TYMB, whilst also throwing what seems to be either a 6 or a B hand sign, perhaps either as a homage to 66th Street, meaning Trap City or Chris World, or for Barnum, the Drill City rep. Or the B may possibly even represent the Bloodhounds, which at this time were already a major thing amongst many of the older members from the area, who were using this very same hand sign. Now, Vert is slightly older than Jeff, and he would also begin his rap career a few years before him. For example, his music video for a song called Next Song Remix, dropping in early 2019. The music video begins with Vert saying that they are posted up on the 79th, meaning Drill City's hood, before once again dropping Ys and throwing the 6 or B hand sign.
Hey, you know how the police come here and say, oh, 7 now, you know, you get gang. Yeah, a lot of that. Yeah, a lot of that.
He then begins his verse by saying how he's posted on the 9 and sometimes on the 6, meaning that he hangs out in both Drill City's hood and Trap City or Chris World's hood. While it appears that Vert was mostly repping Drill City, he would also be very close with Trap City members, as can be seen from his 21st birthday vlog in 2022, where he hangs out in Trap City's hood, with this video being eerily posted exactly 2 years before Jeff's death in that very same hood. More specifically, Vert is hanging in the video near 67th and Evans, while Jeff would be killed near 67th and Rhodes, only about a 0.3 mile walk away. Vert would also explain in his early 2022 interview with Truth Teller TV that he was both Drill City and Trap City.
I'm from 67 Trap City and 79 Drill City. My name is Lil Vert, man.
Meanwhile, during the late 2010s, another main rapper from the new generation of Bloodhounds, who is also a cousin of Jeff and Z-Money, Q50, was still attending high school, eventually graduating in 2022. Jeff, on the other hand, was still largely absent from any social media activity concerning Drill City or Bloodhounds coming into the 2020s, with one of his first appearances seemingly being in the late 2021 music video by Z-Money titled Gone MIA, where a 19-year-old Jeff can be seen chilling in the background while his cousin raps, while his other appearance will be soon after in a music video for his brother J Boogie and JB Bin Laden's track titled N-Words Green, where Jeff can be seen next to his big bro smoking big blunts and toting a gun with a drum magazine, showing that at this point he was already likely deep in the streets together with his brother. Coming into the 2020s, it seems that the beefs of the 06679, aka the Chris World, Trap City and Drill City Alliance, which now included also the Bloodhound clique, were now increasingly beginning to revolve around their oldest enemies, the GD majority sets of the former Lon City, A-Tray Mobb, Evans Mobb and Hit Squad, which is likely why they were increasingly dropping rakes for the GDs in their music videos instead of the Ys for TYMB like they had primarily done throughout the 2010s. That would have been back when the beef with TYMB was particularly hot, but still, Vert would aim his disses in his September 2020 song No Dissin' squarely at TYMB and A-Tray Mobb, saying both Die Y for TYMB and F83rd for A-Tray Mobb. However, in his November 2021 remix of Lil Durk's track Piss Me Off, he would rap how it's F the Ops and Young Money, perhaps showing that the beef with TYMB was a much more passive beef now, while the beef with A-Tray Mobb, Evans Mobb and Hit Squad was much more active at this time. Some months before the release of that song, on the 1st of March 2021, a very respected A-Tray Mobb member called Clay, real name Darian Cherry, was sitting in his car in the A-Tray Mobb's hood on the 86th Street when another car pulled up next to him and somebody began firing shots from the inside. Clay received a gunshot to the mouth and was transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center in critical condition. Clay would survive the shooting for the time being, but would remain in hospital fighting for his life. One member from the A-Tray Mobb who would comment on Clay's situation particularly often was a guy called Lil Crew, real name Nyreek Curtis, who was seemingly a very close friend of Clay. Crew was also an aspiring rapper who had been releasing music since at least 2017. Crew would comment on Facebook the very next day how he wasn't going to say too much, perhaps insinuating that he was going to respond by actions and not with words. However, his later post would also make it clear that Clay's situation was weighing heavily on his mind. Crew would also write about a week after Clay had been shot how they were testing their guns on stop signs because the ops weren't outside. And later, he would comment on how the ops had been on their high horse after Clay had been shot, even though they knew Clay had been sliding on them often. Unfortunately, Clay would eventually succumb to his injuries and pass away in May 2021. And to honor his memory, A-Tray Mobb would begin to call their block the Clay Way. Clay's murder has never been solved, but the rumors online have placed the blame on a few different people. One of these, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, being Lil Jeff himself, with some people claiming that this information comes from a reliable source, while others would claim that Clay had in fact been killed by Vert. However, to be absolutely clear, there's seemingly no real evidence to tie tie either of them to this murder, although they would certainly take part in dissing Clay on social media and in music, such as on Vert's song Knuck If You Buck that was released on October 2022, where Vert raps how 8-Tray Mobb thought that Clay's name was ringing in the streets, but now he's irrelevant, as well as dissing another 8-Tray Mobb member for allegedly getting shot and injured. Unfortunately, Vert and Drill City was soon about to experience a major loss of their own. During his teenage years, Vert had seemingly been particularly close with a guy from Drill City called Ruger, real name Jermaine Darden. Unfortunately, Ruger would be gunned down in Drill City's hood in March 2021, whilst 2 others were wounded. This would be another devastating loss for the people close to him. Q52 would pay his respects to Ruger right after his death, showing that while he might have been absent at this point from the music videos of guys like Vert, he was very much involved in the street side of things. Like Clay before him, the killing of Ruger would also become yet another unsolved murder in Chicago. However, there has certainly been some interesting posts that have come out after his death, one of these being a post from one of the cousins of Clay, who would say how he'd risked his life to get back for Clay. Then, less than a month after Ruger's death, on the 13th of April 2021, at around 7 p.m, Lil Crew would be outside of the very same 300 block on 86th Street where Clay had been shot at the beginning of March, when someone would open fire at him, striking him in the chest. Crew would then be taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center just...
This is why niggas be so dumb. You telling me, like, I can't even say that, bro, because then again, bro, it's your block. You know what I'm saying? It's just every day you go outside, you taking a risk. So what I was gonna say is, like, bro, like, but I can't say that, bro. That's like.
That's right, Clay had been, but this time the injuries were immediately too critical, and Crew would be pronounced dead soon after arrival. Yet again, the murder of Crew would go unsolved. But
I'm gonna say this. I do think that, like, niggas shouldn't let niggas get to them when they say you don't be outside. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you're not, like, don't, like, you staying in the house because when you go outside, you outside. But you don't have to be outside for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas just be wanting you to be, like, ops be wanting you to just be outside for no reason, to get clapped at or whatever, to go through anything. It's like, nah, nigga, if I'm outside to get money, I'm outside to get money for this time frame. If I get my sales in, I'm out of here. There's nothing wrong with that. But niggas be feeling like they gotta chill in their block for hours, sun up, sun down. Yeah, man, I'll be outside though. Like, I mean,
line space.
Not saying for this situation. He could have just been outside chopping it up. I don't know, but saying in general.
Such as Reddit, the Jeffologists themselves, who have been rumored to possess an almost otherworldly ability to see the victims of their demigod and his disciples in their crystal balls, have once again pinned this murder on Vert. Some would even claim that Vert himself had gotten shot in the leg before Crew's murder, which he references in an unreleased song. This possibly even being the same shooting where Ruger would die and 2 others would be injured, one of these 2 then possibly being Vert. Vert would also mention Crew in the song Knuck If You Buck, as well as the rapper Don Darius from 8-Tray, who was one of the early rappers for the set before he was killed in 2013, saying that he can't go out like Don D and that 8-Tray haven't got a get back for Crew and Clay, with at least the implication being that the 06679 were indeed behind the murders of both Crew and Clay. But perhaps the most telling lyrics from Vert are in a lesser-known song from early 2022 titled Live or Die by the Chris World rapper Chief 2 Times, now going by the name Big Boss 2 Times, featuring Tero and RB Tasky from Trap City, as well as Vert, who raps in his verse how it's F8-Tray, before specifically mentioning both Crew and Clay, saying how he got them both lit. Yet others have claimed that Crew was in fact killed by somebody from the Woodlawn set 800, who are known for beefing with numerous sets, including both the Bloodhounds and the 8-Tray Mobb. However, what is once again clear is that following the murder of Crew, Vert would use many of his songs to send messages that they had in fact gotten get back for Ruger. Firstly, in the beginning of June 2021, Vert would drop a music video for his song titled Play by the Rules, where the video begins with a tribute clip of Ruger dancing to Lil Durk's song No Auto Dirk, where Dirk raps the famous line, "New op pack in the air, this gas or what?" Then, a few months later, at the end of August 2021, Vert would drop a music video for his song Drill Life, where he raps how he has to kill 10 of his ops for them to feel what he felt, with this likely being another reference to Ruger. This was followed in November with a much more direct claim in Vert's Pissed Me Off remix, with Vert rapping how they got get back for Ruger and how they lost 1, but their ops lost 4. Then, once again, at the end of December 2021, Vert would drop a music video called Gang, together with JB and a rapper called Lil Cap, where they can be seen with a cutout of Ruger, while Vert begins the song by rapping how they cried for Ruger, but also slid for him, and the score is not even, with him implying that they are doing so much damage that their ops are claiming that 06679 his cheating. The dissing would continue in 2022 when Vert would release the music video for his song titled simply Drill, where Vert first repeats a bar of how someone was dissing on their raps but now they can't speak, with this being a possible reference to Crew, before then continuing to pay tribute to Ruger, saying that he's pulling up on his ops block and making them run. And the references to Ruger would just keep coming, with Vert then releasing a music video for his song 21 in June 2022, with this being the music video that they had been filming in Trap City's hood during the celebration for Vert's 21st birthday. In the song, Vert once again mentions how he cried after Ruger's death, that he had then wiped.
You on a computer? I mean, you recording right now?
Mm-hmm. Fuck you coming here?
Tears and gone to sliding, and saying how it's been back-to-back homicides ever since. At this point, it was clear that no matter who had been behind these murders, the war around the East Side was getting very heated. And unfortunately, the war wouldn't only continue between the established alliances, such as A-Tray, Evans, and Hit Squad versus the Drill City, Trap City, Chris World, and the Bloodhounds, but it would eventually morph into a deadly civil war within the 06679 alliance.
Modelos spiked aguas frescas, bold flavors inspired by Mexican tradition, boldly authentic, vibrantly flavorful.
In late 2022, the time would finally come when Lil Jeff, or Bloody Hound Lil Jeff, as his artist name would be, begun his rap career, dropping his first song and music video titled The Bloody Family, together with JB Bin Laden, with the name of the song being an obvious reference to his gang in the streets, the Bloodhounds. In his DJU interview, Jeff would attribute the beginning of his music career to Vert, who had encouraged him to start rapping. This part of the interview coinciding with Jeff's right-hand man Q50 chopping up some prescription quality pain medication with a doctor-like focus and precision, showing that while Jeff would later earn the nickname the Pistol Professor, it was Q50 who was truly the Pill Professor. The track Bloody Family would be followed about a month later with Jeff D, who was truly Precision, showing that while Jeff would later earn the nickname the Pistol Professor, it was Q50.
So they basically saying that they always make sense, bro. Listen, bro. It's always roles in this shit. I'm not saying Q50 soft. I'm not saying he's not the Uda. Niggas got they killer. No, let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Nobody wants to go to jail. It's one nigga that do though in the group, and niggas is always gonna utilize that nigga. Jeff, Bloodhound Jeff was that nigga. He was the nigga that the crash out. Not saying these niggas ain't like that, but he's the crash out. They found they crash out. Cool, you caught body first. We gonna make you famous. We gonna make you feel like you like you know what I'm saying? Like this is your reward. Whole time you know you being used as a fucking puppet. You being used. And this is what they use. This is how they get him. Yo, we gonna keep giving you these drugs. We gonna keep giving you your pills, your addiction, what you want. And this is what you gonna do for us. Now everybody gets used, bro. But you gotta know how to get I know I get used all the time. But I know when I get used, it's gonna be a benefit. I'm a benefit from it. I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? You're not gonna use me and I'm gonna just get used. You know what I'm saying? Like they used him, and it's like it wasn't worth it. Basically, it's not worth it, bro. Cause look, he's dead. It's like you caught the fame and all that, but you have pill addiction. You ain't like.
D, who was truly the Pill Professor. The track Bloody Family would be followed about a month later with Jeff's first solo song titled Can't Beat Us. In these songs, a babyface Jeff raps with a monotone delivery, lacking the high-pitched Joker-style voice that would later become his trademark. And this version of Jeff almost looks like a different person from the charismatic neck-tattooed demon that he would later appear as in his music videos, walking around his hood like he owned the place. Nevertheless, since the beginning, Jeff was rapping like he was really, truly about that life, ending the song Can't Beat Us with an outro monologue where he repeats twice how he's really not a rapper, whilst insinuating that he's actually a killer who just raps because that's what the fans want to see. This was followed in late November with the first collab between Jeff and Vert, a song and music video titled I Love My Draco. And the music video begins with a clip showing a masked up Jeff in traffic, contributing to the image that Jeff and the other young Bloodhounds were actively sliding in the streets in between dropping their songs. This would also be the first video where Jeff would begin to showcase the more high-pitched voice that would later become his trademark, with him giving a little monologue mid-song dissing his ops, particularly TYMB. Jeff would then begin rapping how his mum prays every day that he makes it back home, but he tells her that he's okay because he's the one doing all the killing. Before flipping the script Lil Durk style, as he announces how this is all fake and just a song, the insinuation of course being that this is really not just a song. The music video then ends with a scene of JB, Jeff, and Vert calling J Boogie in prison.
Freedom boys, man. Folks on the way.
Free J Boogie, man.
Free J Boogie campaign. Free Boogie, man.
But coming into 2023, Jeff would keep dropping new music with videos like the song N-Words B12 on March the 23rd, as well as the song Big 3 on April the 3rd, together with Q50 and another Bloodhound rapper, Slimito. In both music videos, Jeff can be seen surrounded by the Bloodhounds, including this time also his cousin Z Money.
Hold on, let me see something, bro. This nigga playing mad music loud in the background, bro. Hope he's not in the background heavy, bro. This nigga's like...
who was now playing the role of background character whilst giving Jeff all the limelight, as he once again continues to portray his image of a killer, insinuating on N-Words B12 how he'll see people that he's killed in hell. Unfortunately, as these music videos dropped, a tragedy had already stricken Jeff and the Bloodhounds that would completely change the alliances in the area, and ultimately caused the downfall of Lil Jeff. A few years before, in 2020, a bunch of rappers from the 0679 alliance of Trap City and Drill City, including RB Tasky, Lil Cap, Vert, and Mooka, will drop a music video for their song titled On Fire. The music video, which was filmed and released by AMF Visuals, who would eventually also become Lil Jeff's manager, is now interestingly unlisted. The music video begins with one of the most random cameos in perhaps all of drill history, with the camera showing King Von's sister, Kayla B, and the late Texas rapper Enchanting, who would sadly pass away in 2024, with both of them hanging out in Trap City's hood. The video also shows guys like Vert hanging out in Trap City, like on the corner of 66th Street, aka Marquette Road, and Rhodes Avenue, while the rapper Mooka raps a bar about how the alliance between Trap City or Chris World and Drill City would never divide. Indeed, coming into 2023, the alliance between Drill City, Trap City, and Chris World, aka 06679, had lasted for over a decade, with these sets seemingly never having any larger qualms during this period.
Best served with best friends. Pacifico, life's waiting.
Fortunately, in 2023, this alliance would finally come crashing down, with one murder shrouded in mystery changing the relationship between these sets irreversibly. On the 7th of February 2023, JB Bin Laden would tweet a cryptic message saying how tables turn, bridges burn, but it is what it is. JB's tweet really could have been about just anything, but what would happen only a month later would certainly make this tweet seem ominous in hindsight, as on the 16th of March 2023, at about 2 p.m, Jeff's cousin Z Money, aka Zaire Nelson, was sitting in his car on the 1300 block of East 79th Street near the intersection of 79th and Kimball. This location being in the Avalon Park neighborhood, about 0.6 miles east from the main intersection of the Bloodhounds on 79th and Maryland, which is in the Chatham neighborhood. There, another vehicle would reportedly approach Z Money's car in a parking lot of a dry cleaners. Someone from inside that car began opening fire into Z Money multiple times. Z Money would be taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he would unfortunately be pronounced dead. Chi-Town crime chase.
I ain't gonna lie, Sin and a V really seems like what I get from this, bro, like every time, bro, is like Sin and a V is very unsafe, bro. Like the safest place is really being in your crib, bro. Like, I'm not saying don't chill in your car, like, you know what I'm saying, but you shouldn't be doing it for a long period of time. Bro, this nigga violating, bro. Why this nigga do it halfway? Oh, bro, this nigga's weird, bro.
Would later arrive at the scene to film the aftermath of the shooting, showing the police combing through the scene with numerous shell markers left on the ground. In the comments of the video, Q50's mum would react to the footage, clearly personally affected by the death of Z Money, and the loss of Z Money would be a huge blow for the Bloodhounds, particularly Jeff, as his cousin had likely been like a brother to him in the streets ever since his real brother Boogie had gone.
This is just me thinking for like, that's what I'm saying. He came in here, right? Actually, if I'm recording, right? I know he went in his room. I feel like he type of nigga, like, that's what I'm saying. You niggas be weird, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, that's why I be probably thinking too far, but I be feeling like it's the weird shit I be talking about. Like, nigga set that up. Like, nigga left his door open for him to yap mad loud with the whack ass music he playing and coming here to see if I was recording it. Like, I don't know. That I could just be overthinking it, bro.
prison. To pay tribute to him, both Jeff and Q50 would get Z Money tattoos on the top of their eyes, as well as a bunch of Z's tattooed on their index finger, aka.
And the only reason why I say that is because I didn't see this nigga. Like, this nigga asked me for a charger one time, right? And bro told me don't give him the charger. And this is why I be saying niggas be low key weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta watch niggas, bro. Because if you could do that with your brother, I don't give a fuck if you don't like him or not. Then imagine what you could do with me.
Their trigger fingers. But, as can be imagined, Z-Money's death was an even greater loss for his family. In December 2023, a non-profit journalism project called The Trace, which investigates gun violence in America, would actually write a story about Z-Money, aka Zaire, and in the piece, they would interview his mother. In this truly heartbreaking piece of journalism, the mother explains how Z-Money had been dropped off at the hospital, but according to a doctor, he had been dead on arrival, having been shot over 29 times. The mother would also reveal that Z-Money had been waiting for his friend in the parking lot who had gone to drop off some clothes at the dry cleaners to be tailored. And when the shooters appeared, this made Z-Money attempt to run away, but ultimately getting caught by the hail of bullets, with it also being explained that his friend had then arrived and returned fire before fleeing the scene. And that friend was later not willing to speak to the police in fear of getting in trouble with them himself for using his gun. Unsurprisingly, Z-Money's murder would once again go unsolved by the Chicago Police Department, leaving his mother even more traumatized, with her explaining in the article that she was tortured by the idea that she might just be walking the streets amongst her son's killer in the local community. The mother's fear was indeed legitimate because, as the rumor goes now, Z-Money was allegedly killed by people who were very close to him, more specifically by his old friends from Trap City who had allegedly backdoored Z-Money. At the time of the shooting, Z-Money's death would be posted in Reddit's drill community Chiracology, but the speculation about the reasons behind his death would only truly begin after Lil Jeff began making noise in the drill scene, with some claiming that the killing was actually all the result of a girl and a stolen gun, while others completely denied that any backdoor situation or setup had even taken place. However, the case would seemingly get some clarity in July 2024 when members of Trap City, including Trap City Rob, Vert's former good friend Tero, who's also a rapper, and OTF Black, who's actually a friend of Lil Durk and a Trap City OG, would give an interview to the Chicago YouTuber X-Man Rico, where they would insinuate that the relationship between Trap City and Drill City had actually gone sour over a stolen chain.
Because the way Reddit, that's why I want the clip too. They say his dad from down here, Big J or something like that. Big J. Yeah. Anybody you got also his daddy is from down here. Yeah, fuck used to hang with them. They know what they did. So okay. They know what they did. So okay, the Bloodhounds, y'all was cool. Yeah, everybody got a. That was my homie. They stole the chain, bro. We tried like took it. He stole my homie chain. Who was that? South Jackson? Nah, bro. One of the other guys. This one of the other. This other one letting him wear the J. He come back like he got into a high school 12. Man, saying he lost it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's how my day look. Yeah. You know what's crazy? Yeah. You know.
That's whack, bro. Niggas fell out over a chick. Like, niggas. Like why? Like, niggas just, I don't know. I would never know, because I think logically. Like I said, I think, bro, I don't know. Niggas be off drugs and shit, so how niggas live is way different than how I live and how I think, bro. You feel me? These niggas be off all types of shit. Not having really no direction, like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like
Jay Boogie, like Jay Boogie, I was in the field with this kid. Like this Lil Jeff brother, like on that. I don't know how this gonna play out. They say he in the hood still. But he Trap City. That's what I'm saying. Like, and you over Saturday night blood. But we already know Trap City and Drill City was the same. Lucky and Water. Like, that's our family. Yeah. So that chain incident really split it up? Or was it something else before then? It was the chain. Man. They tried to steal the chain. He ain't take it. No, I ain't trying to limit his energy. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like chain, bro. When it came to, like, when you went on some real, because, you know, we don't just move on situations. So we just feel like a lot feel like it was just dump the chain on my soul. Like, from our hood being friendly, let them away your chain. Who does that?
We may never know exactly what took place, but what does seem...
That's another thing. I get him, though. I guess he felt like niggas is brothers and shit, you feel me? But I get what he's saying, too. Like, nigga, you just let a nigga wear your chain, nigga. Like, I don't know. Like, that's... I guess he probably thought they was really bro. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, that's like me saying, let my right hand. I don't know, like, yo, that's my right hand. The nigga just... Niggas probably felt like they was right hands.
clear is that following Z-Money's death, the Bloodhounds would cut all ties to their old friends around Trap City and Criswell. And as Jeff would rap in his feature on another Bloodhound rapper Hotheads, aka Tank Montana's song Still Walking, released in November 2023, losing his cousin would also make him lose his mind, with Jeff's focus from that point onwards seemingly being one thing and one thing alone, a get back that he would allegedly get during the summer of 2023.
In the past at college, I'd struggled with overusing the same words again and again.
When it comes to Lil Jeff and his alleged bodies, the rumours and theories tend to range from the absurd, suggesting that he's truly a demon catching all of these bodies, to pretty much complete denial that he ever killed anyone at all. But there's no doubt to me that Jeff was really in these streets though, with several videos circulating on Q50's Instagram years later showing that by 2024, Lil Jeff was indeed a hardened gangster riding around the city, constantly strapped with guns, ready to kill at a moment's notice. However, it would seemingly be a process of several years before he would become the hardened gang member he was known as today. In one of the earliest YouTube videos covering Jeff's alleged bodies, his rumoured murder spree stretches all the way back to September 2014, with his first alleged body supposedly being an 18-year-old who went by the name Mally Marl, real name Kamal Burton, who was allegedly affiliated with the H-Ray mob. Although the murder itself would take place in the far south side in the Old Geld Gardens community, at the time Jeff would have barely been a 12-year-old boy, seemingly gifted in basketball. He would have been spending most of his days training for a career in the sport. Also, according to a CPD spokesperson, Marl was approached by two men who then opened fire. The idea of a scrawny 12-year-old Jeff being mistaken for a grown man in this case sounded pretty unlikely. But for further context, even Jeff's own brother Boogie would have still only been 16 years old at the time of Marl's murder, albeit he would arguably always look older than his age. In more time, we'll likely learn much more about Jeff and his younger years as things come out, but when it comes to his deeds in the streets, it's likely much more sensible to take his own account of his childhood seriously. As he would recount in his DJU interview, Jeff would allegedly truly get in the streets quite late in his life, around 2020, this being his last year in high school and graduation.
So around what age did you jump off the porch and start hanging out in the streets?
I'm gonna say when I came outside for real, I was like 18 type.
Okay.
I just turned like 18.
However, this certainly doesn't mean that Jeff's childhood was normal by any of broader society standards, as Jeff would also open up to DJU, saying that his father was not in his life growing up, as he too, quote-unquote, stood on business. This perhaps being a reference to Jeffrey Harris Sr.'s alleged time in the streets with the 068 C block.
Let's say back then he went around.
Says acting weird as shit. Yeah, cool. He be doing what he do.
So how did that affect you back then though? Not having pops around.
OG stood on business, so you know, that shit didn't matter for real.
But moreover, as we know now, Jeff's big brother, Jay Boogie, had clearly been in the streets since at least the early 2010s, which would seemingly affect Jeff's life and his experiences growing up significantly.
And I'm doing that. I've been seeing my whole life, you know what I'm saying? I told you I got an older brother, so this ain't nothing new for real. It's the same shit I've been seeing. Everything I was doing, I saw already.
One of these significant moments in the young Jeff's life would, of course, be witnessing the murder of Kenny Mack, whilst another incident that affected Jeff growing up was his family house getting shot up with one of the bullets, according to Jeff, whizzing by right next to his head.
So can you tell us, like, who introduced you to the street life?
My brother.
Your older brother, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was he showing you the ropes? What?
Alright, never mind. I was gonna say his brother led him down the wrong path. Let's see though. Before I actually like go with that, let's see what he said. Cause if niggas just shoot up your crib, I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, my crib got shot up when I was like 14. I was some stupid. The bullet that flew like right past my face. They had shot the back and the front. Then they blew the car and set that on fire. It was bust. I ain't gonna lie, it was going on. They almost hit me though. See what I'm saying? Dumb shit like that. They play a part. I was type of just seeing that shit every day.
Alright, so can't say his brother. I can say nah. His brother was outside. Niggas is violating. Your brother's in the crib. Younger brother. He's seeing this. I can't really like. I don't know.
I was seeing it every day. You know what I'm saying? So like everything I was seeing that shit all the time, just like I'm doing right now. It's just I'm a part of it, and that's sort of different.
Now, it's important to remember that while Jeff would seemingly appear in the drill scene almost out of nowhere, he was always the product of this environment, and that environment being one of the most dangerous in the whole of Chicago during the 2010s and beyond. When it comes to Jeff's time in the streets after 2020, when he supposedly got involved with the Bloodhounds heavy through his brother, there's still no shortage of alleged victims that are commonly or less commonly attributed to his supposed double-digit body count, with even the YouTuber who had originally published one of the first supposed body lists of Jeff spinning back with a new video sometime later, this time including only names post-2020.
Frosted Flakes good? Very great.
One of the more obscure names on this list of people that Lil Jeff allegedly took the lines of was an alleged member of the crew Hit Squad by the name of Lil Gutter, real name Ronnie L. Sistruk Jr., who would lose his life in 2021 around the same time when the young Bloodhounds, such as The and Jeff, would allegedly be responsible for the deaths of the A-Tray members Clay and crew, with Gutter being shot down on the 13th of May 2021, eerily exactly 1 month after the murder of crew on the 13th of April. Gutter would be caught on the 700 block of 79th Street, this location being a mere 4 minutes walk from the intersection of 79th and Maryland, one of the main spots that Jeff and other Bloodhound members have claimed in their music videos. However, when it comes to any actual proof that Jeff or the Bloodhounds were behind this murder, the evidence seems to be slim to none, with this particular case further muddled by the fact that Hit Squad would have another, much more known member called Gutter too, who would unfortunately also end up losing his life, in this case in 2015, allegedly by the Bloodhound-affiliated set MTV 079, whose members have commonly dissed this Gutter over the years too. Another less commonly heard name in this YouTuber's list is an alleged member of the Evans mob called Black, real name Roger Lewis, who was a 33-year-old OG of his block, shot dead in a drive-by whilst driving in March 2022. The only problem with this theory is that Black's alleged killer was in fact charged already the following month, in April 2022, and is now serving his sentence for the murder. Also in 2022, Jeff would end up losing someone seemingly very close to him.
How long he got? Projected parole date. Alright, so he got 32 years. Yeah. So,
His sentence for the murder. Also in 2022, Jeff would end up losing someone seemingly very close to him, a man named Jamarian Loston, better known in the streets as J-Mo, who was allegedly part of the 06679 Alliance. There are some rumors that claim that it was this murder that motivated Jeff to catch his first body as revenge, this victim getting allegedly caught outside of a corner store or gas station.
Long live my nigga J-Mo. Damn, I hate he gone, but you know I'm Mr. Get Back and it won't be long. Caught one nigga lagging at the still try to run, but you know he too slow. 5 shots left and stretched in the door, and Lil Cuz gave him 10 more. Catching niggas making store runs. Where you going? Where you going, boy? Come here. Yo, pause. But nah, he's bugging.
As Jeff and other Bloodhounds have implied in several songs. Later on, there would also be some rumors surfacing online that Jeff was supposedly even carrying out contract killings all the way in Milwaukee, with one Chiracologist dropping a picture in the comments of Jeff hanging out with some alleged local gang members from Milwaukee, with this picture being from a music video of the rappers Ghost, 53206, Super Throwed Fay Fay, and K-Rax called Plenty Missed Calls, released in July 2023. This outfit actually being the very same one that Jeff is wearing in his music video for the song N-Words B12, released on March 2023. In fact, even now, K-Rax still seemingly has Jeff as his profile picture on Instagram, which he likely changed following Jeff's death. Jeff and the other Bloodhounds would also later make several references to doing contract killings and to Milwaukee, with JB Bin Laden rapping in the song Run But Can't Hide that also features Lil Jeff, how the Bloodhounds have blood for hire, meaning that they're selling hits too. Whilst Jeff himself would also rap in the song LA Freestyle, how someone tripped and got killed, and how he's in Milwaukee like the NBA team, the Milwaukee Bucks. Q52 would claim in the leaked song BH4L how people know that he has bodies from state to state and that he's clapping people in Milwaukee for money. However, while some people on Reddit swear that this is a fact, there seems to be...
Nah, that nigga had to go, man. Nah, he's a menace, man. You clapping niggas for money on, that's this nigga's dead. This nigga's an assassin, man. Nah, man, you had to go, man. He doing that shit unremorseful, like, imagine a nigga like, imagine a nigga just don't like you, bro, and just like, yo, I got 10 racks for you to kill this nigga. Just cause he don't like, so imagine a nigga on the internet don't like me, bro. Just cause like, hi, I am on the internet, and just like, yo, I gotta get this nigga going. Let me call a Bloodhound. This nigga gonna take me out all the way from the rack for 10 bins. Cause a nigga don't like me, or for like, nah, man, you have to go.
very little actual proof to back up these claims, and it appears that when it comes to the more plausible rumours, these will begin not long after the death of Z-Money in March 2023, with one of the first alleged victims of Jeff following Z-Money's murder being a young man called Lil Pooh, real name Pierre Boozer Jr., who hailed from Jeff's old stomping grounds, being allegedly part of the Flipside set who wrecked the 93rd Street. However, Pooh was seemingly well affiliated in the East Side, with his brother allegedly being part of the 95 mob located in the Princeton Park neighborhood, while Pooh was also, according to some, allegedly affiliated with none other than Trap City, with him even having 067 in his Instagram profile name. However, there's very little to be shown about his affiliations on his social media. To the contrary, there's more to be shown about Pooh's connection with the Bloodhounds, although the reason behind these connections could be either affiliation or rivalry. Whatever the case, at the time of his death, Pooh was seemingly living far away from Flipside, Trap City, or Drill City, all the way outside of the borders of Chicago on the 1800 block of 223rd Street in the community of Sauk Village. There, on the 9th of April 2023, a few weeks after the death of Z-Money, police would respond to reports of shots fired and find an unresponsive Pooh laying on the front lawn of his home with multiple gunshot wounds, and his death would soon be ruled a homicide. Unfortunately, it seems that from the beginning, the police had very little to go on to solve Pooh's murder, and they would end up reaching out to the public in the hope that they would receive some clues or witnesses might step forward, but these clues would never seemingly materialize, and this murder remains unsolved. However, in this case, there are several examples of Lil Jeff seemingly claiming responsibility for Pooh's murder. For example, on the 9th of April 2024, the French Chicago drill aficionado Squid Ape would make a tribute post to Pooh on his Instagram, which would quickly gather numerous comments of people laughing at his death, which one commenter would ask what he had done to invoke such a reaction, to which Lil Jeff himself would comment saying that Pooh had been dissing Z-Money. Then, a few days before Jeff's death, an unreleased song of him was leaked online, the song having a bar where Jeff seemingly describes Pooh's death, saying how Pooh had dissed Z-Money and now he's gone, before describing someone waiting for him to come home whilst laying in the grass outside his house. This bar seemingly describing exactly what might have taken place before Pooh's murder. On Reddit, one commenter would point out how Jeff had been hanging out with members from Flipside not long before his death, whilst guessing that this is why the song was never officially released at the time. However, on Jeff's posthumous album Stepping in Blood, this song is indeed included with the title In Your Home.
Welcome joy into every corner of your home with Castlereagh's latest collection.
But what makes the matter
Yeah, this nigga's a menace, bro.
even more confusing is the fact that one of Pooh's good friends from Flipside would seemingly post an earnest tribute to Jeff following his death. And to make matters even more complicated, Jeff by no means wasn't the only one dissing Pooh after his death. Only a few days before the murder of Pooh, a young man would be killed in the community of Park Forest during an altercation at a house party. Park Forest being only a short drive away from Pooh's Sauk Village community. As it would turn out, the killed man was not just anyone, but an actual blood brother of the infamous rapper in Chicago drill, Wooski, originally from the STL EBT set. His brother, who was called Lowski, real name Ladarius Williams, allegedly belonged to a set called the E-Block, and also apparently was part of a clique called Haddyway, which, much like the Bloodhounds, allegedly consists of members from a few different sets, and is named after a boy called Haddy, who was killed in 2016. This clique having been in a deadly war with JB Bin Laden's 400 East set for years. As the rumor would be, Pooh had allegedly had something to do with Lowski's death, and following Pooh's death, the members of the Haddyway would also seemingly claim to have been behind his murder. Meanwhile, following Jeff's death, Pooh's brother would rejoice on social media, laughing at how everyone who had dissed his brother had ended up getting shot themselves. However, who all these people were besides Jeff was not entirely clear, as it seems that Pooh was a known menace on the east side, as a rapper affiliated with the Mixed Mob set called Lou Glocks would say in his tribute to Pooh. This being yet another example that Pooh seemingly had both many affiliations, but also many enemies on the east side. But then, coming into the summer of 2023, Jeff would allegedly catch someone that almost no one would deny being his likely victim. As mentioned earlier, the murder of Z-Money would allegedly break down the decade-plus-long affiliations between Trap City or Chris World and Drill City, with Jeff and his Bloodhound friends from that point onwards seemingly being consumed by their urge for a get-back for Z-Money. In the song 333, which would seemingly first leak or be unofficially put out by Jeff's team some weeks before his death, the track would officially be released on the 14th of July with a music video that was filmed while Jeff was still alive. In the song, Jeff raps a bar about the Bloodhounds shooting so much on the Rhodes Avenue that their ops had to shut their trap down. This bar likely referring particularly to the Rhodes Avenue roughly between the 66th and 68th Streets, which is one of the main areas of Trap City or Chris World. Indeed, looking at sources like Chicago's Spot News, who follow the CPD's police radio traffic, there would be numerous times that gunshots would be reported around that area during the summer and fall of 2023. In fact, in his February 2024 song called Striker, Jeff even specifically implies that they are the reason why Trap City's hood is so often on spot news. However, the alleged get back to Z Money would surprisingly take place far away from the hood of Trap City. On the 25th of June, at around 8:55 p.m, Trap City member called Lil, real name Jaleel Goins, will be sitting in a parked rideshare car in the Little Italy neighborhood near the University of Illinois Chicago campus. This neighborhood, sometimes now called Little Italy or University Village, is these days a truly upmarket neighborhood that's experienced high levels of gentrification since its inception as the home of many of Chicago's first Italian immigrants, and the demolition of all the large public housing complexes during the 2000s. By all accounts, this is one of the safest neighborhoods in Chicago.
Yeah, I'm surprised they allowed him to get away with this one. Well, they probably was gonna get him over time, but yeah, usually in them good neighborhoods they don't play that for me. But yeah, he died.
So, one of the last places where one should expect to be a victim of gun violence. Nevertheless, while Lil was sitting in his rideshare car on the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, someone would approach the car on foot and open fire through the rear passenger window, shooting inside the car numerous times before running away. The rideshare driver would immediately take off and drive the seriously wounded Lil to the nearest hospital, which was less than a mile away. But by that time, it would already be too late, and Lil would be pronounced dead upon arriving at the hospital. The local ABC 7 News will be at the scene later that night and the next morning, interviewing the locals who had witnessed the shooting, with one of them explaining how the police may have counted 8 shots on the car window, but she claimed to have heard more than 20. This perhaps said something about the type of gun that was used in the shooting.
Well, as you know, these are very busy sidewalks here in Little
Yeah,
Italy. You often have people
silencer?
walking in restaurants, bars, and stores. And last night was no different. Unfortunately, a young man lost his life, and a young man who is very well connected to an organization that many people in Chicago and across the country are familiar with, Project Hood. This evening, a statement from the founder about condolences and their recommitment to the work they do.
Chicago police investigating a fatal shooting yesterday evening. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was pronounced dead at Rush University Medical Center, but police and nearby residents tell us the incident began in the 1300 block of West Taylor Street, where Goins was a passenger in a rideshare and was shot, and the rideshare driver drove Goins to the hospital.
I knew it was shots, and like I said, I was in my bedroom, and I kind of ran like on the side of my bedroom, on the other side of the wall, because, you know, bullets don't have eyes. I thought that was it.
This woman was outside to meet someone. She tells me she was looking down at her phone, then heard the shots. She thought she had been shot, but she had not.
I'm down there on the ground, crying and shaking and stuff. Pow, pow, pow. They said it was like 8 shots. No, I believe it was more than 20.
Pastor Corey Brooks confirms Goins was the son of an employee at Project Hood, releasing a statement saying in part, "Today, we are not just an organization. We are a family mourning the loss of a young life taken far too soon."
I'm still processing it because I'm still shaking. It's scary. You know, we should be able to walk out our door, walk to get something to eat.
Yo, this nigga with these ads, bro. Oh, what?
Walk to get the newspaper. Stuff is happening everywhere, but something definitely needs to be done about the crime.
Pastor Brooks tells us that Goins was a son of their executive assistant as well as a brother of their youth manager. In his statement, he went on to say, "This reminds us of the need to stand together against gun violence." As for the investigation, Chicago police tell us at this point, no one in custody, no motive.
Following the incident, the rideshare driver too would open up about his traumatic experience, explaining how Lil had likely passed away already during the short drive to the hospital.
The rideshare driver whose passenger was shot to death in his car near UIC is opening up about the traumatic experience. 19-year-old Jaleel Goins was shot after getting into Robert Smith's car on Sunday night. Smith says he hit the gas when someone standing outside of the car started shooting. He rushed Goins to the hospital where he was pronounced dead.
I was running stop signs at intersections to get away. So at one intersection, I had to stop because there was a car coming through, and then I turned to him and said, "Hey, I'm going to take you to the hospital." And he said, "Okay." Then the next time I stopped, I had to stop at a light because there was 2 cars coming through the intersection, so I couldn't run it immediately. I looked back then, and he wasn't moving anymore.
Police have not made any arrests in this shooting.
The very next day, on the 26th of June, Jeff, together with JB and Q50, will drop their remix to Lil Yachty's popular track Coffin, reusing the beat and making their own version of the song with the same name. The song and music video had obviously been made a long time before Lil's death, but the timing of the drop is still pretty interesting given the title of this track, Coffin. And the music video for Coffin begins with Q50 showing an old video of Z Money to the camera as the title of the song is placed on top of it, and the video ends with Q50 making a Z hand sign to the camera, showing that the death of Z Money was certainly playing a major role in their lives at this point. While in the lyrics, Lil Jeff largely continues his usual antics, talking about toting switches and Dracos and killing his ops with face shots, as well as saying how their ops are sneak dissing and throwing subliminals, before ending his verse by saying how he might rob a rapper next while showing 2 bust-down watches fully flooded with diamonds on his arm. The implication seemingly being that Jeff was already deep in his habit of robbing people of their watches at this point, with him even rapping that he might rob a rapper that just signed a record deal. And for the record, these watches are serious licks. These aren't vintage Datejust that we're talking about. The 2 watches being shown off in this video are serious pieces. One is an iced out Rolex Day-Day, which would be worth at least $33,000, if real, and the other appears to be a fully iced out Audemars Piguet Royal Oak chronograph with Arabic numerals. Now, I'm not saying that this watch is definitely fake, but I did do a lot of digging, and I couldn't find a single listing for an AP in two-tone with the same dial layout and the Arabic numerals like the one Jeff's wearing in this video. Like, I couldn't find one at all.
The nigga robbed. Nah, who this nigga robbed, man? One of the niggas, like, come on, bro. Like, yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, that mean he must have robbed the fucking Elon Musk. Like, some shit.
It doesn't exist. But I did find very similar configurations to the watch that Jeff's wearing, going for around $50,000 to $70,000. Perhaps it's an AP that's been customized, or perhaps it's fake, as I did find a very similar looking fake one for less than $600. But anyway, after dropping the song Coffin, Jeff would take a few months long hiatus from dropping new music, but he would still remain active on social media. During one Instagram live from this period that's still available online, Jeff describes how they are the reason their ops are dead or in a wheelchair, before Q50 notices someone who appears to be from Trap City commenting on the live how Jeff and Q50 are sharing the same Marnie mask, to which Q50 reacts by beginning to clap his hands, while putting on a smile that can only be described as devious, giving Jeff a run for his money for the #1 Joker of Chirac.
The reason they in a wheelchair, they got shot or they brought a mag. Hey, who you talking about, boy? We was just talking on the phone, we was just cool. So who the fuck you talking about?
Like, Ace, did you just live? Like, you recording? Is anything on your phone recording? It is.
Nah.
Bro, I think, bro.
Told y'all, bro. These niggas just always be every time, bro. Just always trying to find something, bro.
They said we sharing a Marnie mask. What's great is how the mask that we, that's the hack. What the fuck is that? That's the hack. It's just like this.
The clapping of hands would eventually become somewhat of a trademark for Q50 when referring to killing ops or getting back for Z Money.
Y'all move out here. Everybody probably see y'all got the Z Money tattoo on your face. It's probably real noticeable.
You know that. You see, that's that related. That's that get back from my man. That's that get back from my man. Get back from my man.
Y'all basically let us know who that to. We see y'all keep his name alive. Every chance y'all get.
That's cuz. That's our cousin, folks. Man, folks, cousin. You see photos, you know what I'm real sandbox baby.
Let us know like the impact he had on.
The toilet seat on Facebook.
The toilet seat?
The toilet with no seat.
It wasn't meant to be like I would try disrespect. I was joking.
Let me just tell you this. But I ain't even gonna say nothing because, bro, I feel like you recording, so I'm not stupid, bro. Like, word. I'm not.
Recording?
I'm recording me, bro. React to a video.
Oh my god, this shit not making no sense.
I'm recording something that like, bro. I'm not recording y'all. Like, bro, I don't know. Niggas be like, I don't know, bro. Niggas just always find something to complain about, bro. That shit whack, bro.
On the hood, Daddy.
You see.
It's not nothing in the front, bro. This is your house, bro. You don't get it. You not a kid no more, bro.
Yeah, but this is what y'all don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Why do the toilet?
But why? Wait, hold on. Turn this shit off, bro. For real, bro. Like, come on, bro.